At 6:07 p.m. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Obaji via telecom.
Here.
Can you verify?
And sir, can you verify that you have posted the
Yes.
agenda? Thank you, sir.
Right outside
And
the mailbox.
thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to do a salute the flag and a moment of silence thereafter. On three. 1, 2, 3. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you.
Why are you going up? I haven't turned it on yet, so if you want to turn it on. Thank you. It's not on. You have to turn it on.
Point of order, is this what the agenda reads?
Whatever, remarks, yeah. First step.
It's okay. I made a mistake. Maybe I made a mistake. Go on.
All right, welcome everyone. Wow, nice big crowd. So in Spanish, Redondo means round. And in Redondo, all roads lead here to City Hall. And we've all taken different pathways to get here. We've all taken different modes to get here. And to borrow a quote from Hillary Clinton, the simple message of "it takes a village" is as relevant today as ever. We are all in this together. And to start off with, I want to start off with Mayor Brand, who could not be here today. He's with us normally in closed session. He doesn't do well right now with big crowds. He's on some new medication. He's doing really, really well. He wishes everyone a huge congratulations. Thank you very much for all being here. And he's truly saddened to not be here. So on behalf of Mayor Brand, congratulations and thank you. I'll just say real quick, as a team on this council together, we've accomplished so much over these last few years here. We had, a year ago, we didn't even have a charter review commission, and we had a charter review vote. Most amount of changes ever to our charter. South Bay Galleria, largest project ever proposed in Redondo Beach and approved here, probably even in South Bay. Artesia Boulevard, phenomenal change. The ACAP, which won an award. Skate parks throughout the city, being built, and planned even more so. I know South Bay Galleria as well has one. I think Stuart here, I invited him down. We have the Harbor Amenities Plan, which is ongoing, moving forward for a road ahead of us that has been so long and so much that we've thought about in this community. And of course, the Beach Life Festival. So these are things that we can celebrate as a community together. And I really want to thank our fellow council members here for making all this happen. Councilmember Horvath, thank you for all these last few years. I know when I talked to Mayor Brand, he wanted to extend so much thank you for representing us on the COG and bringing all the different roads and pathways forward towards Redondo Beach for services, homeless outreach, and representing us outside of Redondo to other cities. So thank you for that, making this a great place to live. And with that, come on down.
I mean, I don't need a mic. Thank you. So I told Laura I didn't prepare remarks for tonight, so I'll try to keep it brief. I think many of you, anybody here who has ever emailed me sees that I sign all my emails with, it says with gratitude, and then it has my name and whatnot. And, you know, I don't remember when my wife and I started doing that. It's probably been sometime after our kids were born. But it kind of exemplifies how I feel about everything in life, right? You know, I write that, and people are sometimes off-put by it. You know, what does that mean? You know, sincerely, use that. But really, I truly have gratitude for so many different things, and I want to express that, you know, just in a general email response to anybody. You know, I'm thankful that you wrote me, and I want you to know that. So I think tonight what I just want to say is, you know, what I am grateful for, and I promise this won't be like the half hour when I did at Thanksgiving some years ago. You know, first and foremost, I'm super grateful for my parents. You know, they raised me with a set of values and morals and taught me how to be a person of integrity. And I don't think that I could be a husband or a parent or a volunteer or a council person without that foundational, you know, being. I'm super grateful for my wife, who thought I was absolutely crazy to want to do this. You know, she is a brilliant human being who has a lot to share, but hates getting up in front of crowds. And so she has no understanding why I would ever want to be on stage, or let alone, you know, be in a position like this. But I'm super grateful for the support and the love that you've given me. I'm extremely grateful to my kids. There they are. When I first got elected, they came up to my waist, and now they are fully formed human beings with teenage issues and you know, questioning everything. And it's just brilliant to watch them grow into people who actually really care and think about lots of different things. And I hope that, you know, a little bit of what I've been able to do here has rubbed off on them for their future lives. But I'm just really grateful for the fact that they tagged along to meetings and community meetings and whatever for many years until they got to be teenagers and said, we can stay home. So I am extremely grateful for the staff here at the City of Redondo Beach. As I said briefly upstairs, we can't do what we do as elected officials in being that conduit between the resident and the staff without having a staff that is open and welcoming to our ideas, our thoughts, our probing questions, whatever. And, you know, it has been nothing short of a pleasure to work with all of you and those of you I see in the audience. And develop what I think are long-lasting friendships to come. I mean, it inspired me enough working with this city staff to want to change a career at the age of 50 and go into municipal government as a staff member. So thank you. I am super grateful to the residents. You elected me twice, and it's not just the residents in District 3, it's the residents of the whole city. I mean, I've had people email me from every district, and you know, it has been a real unique pleasure to be of service and try to help and bridge that gap between your issues and problems or concerns and what the city could do. And I recognize that sometimes I have to be the bad guy and say, no, we can't do that. But I think it's important for us as elected officials to do that sometimes, because I don't think it's in our best interest or your best interest to overpromise and pretend that we're going to be able to do something we can't. But we can sure try, and we can work together to try to make things happen. And I'm grateful you gave me this opportunity. And finally, I want to say thank you to my colleagues, my former colleagues, all the individuals who are upstairs from the different cities, and some are still down here. It has really been a unique pleasure getting to know you and develop friendships and working relationships with people who truly want to not only make their city a better place, but I think the region and just the world in general. You're all wonderful, beautiful people, and I appreciate it. And a heartfelt thanks to the woman behind me here, Laura MD. When I announced that I was running back in November 2014, I had never met Laura MD. I may have voted for you. I don't remember. But we had never met, and we went to coffee. You know, we had both pulled papers, and she was nothing more than gracious. She accidentally showed off at my kickoff party. She just happened to be at the same place that we're going tonight after this. And so that was a pleasure. But, you know, being a policymaker or legislator is a really interesting place to be, because as I've always said, I really believe that the 5 people or 6 people, including the mayor, that sit on that dais should really represent unique and individual trains of thought. And then it's supposed to democracy is supposed to be messy, right? And it's supposed to kind of get hashed out there. And we're supposed to try to find that middle ground, you know, if we're coming from disparate perspectives. You know, where can we find a way to move forward in the best interest of the community? That's always been my goal. And one of the reasons why I really enjoyed working with you all these years is because we actually do not see eye to eye for a vast majority of things. But we have always been able to have an extremely respectful dialogue and find a way to get to a way where we could come together and you know, create a motion or some type of direction. And so I am truly grateful for that. It has been an amazing experience. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. I appreciate you all.
So next up is my favorite bookend on the council. Mayor Brand had so many years working with her on the council. He had a lot of great things to say. And I know you and I specifically have worked on so many items, both in closed session and open session. It wasn't for us getting things done, they wouldn't have gotten done. So for all your years, on behalf of Mayor Brand and everyone else up here, thank you very much. Councilmember Laura MD.
So I first of all, just before I even forget, thank you for my friends and my family, because I couldn't find my glasses, and so I had to borrow some. So after 12 years of elected service, my Redondo Beach experience has been rewarding because of each and every one of you. I love Redondo residents, the city employees. You know how much I love you, right? You guys you all know. And the business owners, the visitors of Redondo Beach, I thank each and every one of you who took the time to share your story with me. We live in a city filled with people who have huge hearts. I have learned mistakes are often made with no ill intentions whatsoever. Please be kind with yourself and with everyone else, even if kindness is a brand new concept to you. When I was first elected to the school board, I had been a longtime PTA volunteer, and one of the many fundraisers required 4 of us to sit for hours waiting for the cookie dough to be picked up. It was a bonding experience. So the first month I was on the school board, one of the cookie dough people called me up and immediately started yelling at me about an agenda item. And I said, whoa, this is me. Remember cookie dough? And she said, I'm your PTA friend. And she says, and she stopped for just a second and she said, I'm so sorry. She goes, I guess we're just used to yelling at our officials. She goes, I forgot you're a person and that I know you. So I've also learned that people say they want change, but they often resist new ideas. After all, change is scary. Change is often met with fear. And I am sure you have heard the lesson: when you make mistakes, you just get back up and you step up and you try again. The problem is people don't trust government to take a step back. They fear change. Hopefully, Christian, myself, and the rest of the council have shown that government can take a step back and try again. The antidote to fear is to trust the process and to be part of the process. For example, we try traffic circles. Heck, Europe's been doing them for years. So you would think that we would have been able to do them here. So we tried them off as an option to, because we now have 2,600 stop signs in 6 square miles in Redondo Beach. And so we asked residents to trust the process. We asked residents to be part of the process. I received a call from a D5 resident admitting she didn't believe me when I said to trust the process. She was angry at first, and then she watched, she participated, and then she listened to all my communications. She was amazed when we took a step back and we removed the traffic circle. I earned her trust, and based on the amount of emails, text messages, social media messages, and calls that I've received this month from so many of you, and for those of you at home, I have earned your trust. And I'm humbled, since your trust is the highest sign of respect and of friendship. You may hear that former city councils did horrible things, and that's all you hear. So allow me to just share a few things that former city councils have created. For example, just from before 2017, we began the Artesia Boulevard specific plan and the improvement plan to Aviation Boulevard. We landscaped 2 sections of the North Redondo bike path with the idea that community clubs could then use that as a template to help out with the rest of the sections. We doubled the residential street budget to aggressively improve the quality of our roads. That was a 5-0 vote. We added the quality of life prosecutor to address neighbor concerns. We created a parkland acquisition fund to take the advantage of any land made available to create more parkland. And depending on which former city council you are pointing to, we also approved automatic license plate readers to assist our police department, allowed dogs to join the families in your city parks. We funded stormwater capture to be able to clean up our oceans. We installed electric car charging stations throughout our city, and so much more. But this list is just an example of the accomplishments the former city councils have prioritized keeping you safe, improving your neighborhood, and safeguarding the environment. The former city councils were not about one agenda item. They addressed the needs of the city's residents, employees, and visitors. We all deserve to live, to work, and to play in Redondo Beach. At my last community meeting, a resident approached me saying, I appreciate how you never tell us how to vote. You never tell us how to think. You just present both sides and then trust us to decide what to do with that information. That was the best compliment I ever got. I was touched and I was so proud at that moment. Beware of anyone who only tells you how to think or vote, but only talks about hate and fear. They're trying to manipulate you to think the sky is falling. Look up, Redondo. The sky is a beautiful blue. We live in here. You have wonderful, caring neighbors. You have nearly 500 city employees who work faithfully to keep your corner of the world beautiful and safe. When you hear something that disturbs you, pick up the phone. Call that official, not to yell at them, but instead to discuss the issue and express how you want them to represent you. All right? Please remember that everyone who puts themselves in an election is human. That person is also a neighbor, a friend, a parent, a volunteer, and guess what? They also love Redondo Beach. The antidote to anger is gratitude. Let me just repeat that. The antidote to anger is gratitude. I'm also thankful to all of you for showing me your heart, sharing your stories, and giving me your input. Thank you for filling my soul with your gratitude. Redondo Beach deserves an era where we work together with consideration and we stand up against negativity and hate. A person's gender or the sound of their voice should not even be a topic of consideration. Thank you to my friends for standing by me. Thank you to my family for putting up with this, as Christian said, and My husband, when I first got involved, he said, "Wait, people call council people for that?" As the former superintendent of the greatest school district in the state of California, Dr. Stephen Keller, and Todd Lowenstein often says as well, and thank you, by the way, for your kind words upstairs. He's always said to be hard on the problem and soft on the people. Thank you, Redondo Beach.
All right, thank you. That was amazing. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Laura. So now as we move forward with our new team, our new elected officials up here, I'll just end up with a quote before we start the swearing-in ceremony from Jocko Willink from his book of Lead to Win. After all, there could be no leadership where there is no team. So I want to welcome up our city clerk, our 5th term running city clerk. She's worked here in Redondo before you became an elected official, and now 5 terms, that'll make it 20 years as an elected official here in Redondo. So, for city clerk. Yep. All right. So, raise your hand. Actually, take that. Raise your hand. I state your name.
I, Eleanor Manzano,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
I will support and
the
defend
Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter. So this is the certificate of election. Each person will receive one. I just wanted to give a couple thank yous before I go on to the next oath. I have my clipboard and get used to it because of all these elections we've had. So I want to thank, first of all, the Redondo Beach voters for having me in this position for 5 terms. I also would like to thank my family and all my friends for their support. I also like to thank the council members, especially the city attorney, for all the legal help our department usually uses. And then also the city manager, the departments, and their staff. And I also want to thank the city staff and also Chief Deputy Vicki Kornenberger. Thank you. And then also having 2 elections created a lot of work within the last 6 months. However, with the city staff, we had to use city staff from the different departments. So I really want to thank the finance, the community service, public works, especially the library staff. Very tedious work. We want to make sure everything works out correctly. And so I'm honored to work for the city of Redondo for the next 4 years. Thank you. Cat's here. Okay, this is one of my favorite jobs, is administrating the oath. So the first person will be the new elect city treasurer. So if I can have Eugene Solomon, please come up. If you could please raise right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Eugene Solomon,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
faithfully discharge
the duties upon
the duties upon
which I'm about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Clerk Manzano. Thank you all for being here. Thank you especially to the voters and the residents of Redondo Beach. Coming out and voting is the most important thing you can do, and I really appreciate everybody doing that. The writer says that no man is an island, but a part of the continent or the Maine, and I am no exception to that. I consider myself part of a greater Maine. I think of my family and who are watching now at home in Florida. And so I say thank you to them and I salute to them. There are challenges that we face in our life. When I ran and I listed my name for the ballot, I listed my name as Eugene J. Solomon. Now, despite being my middle initial, I also did that as a tribute to my father, who we lost last year, just short of 90 years and just short of 68 years of marriage for him and my mom. And I am forever tied to my family and their support. And those goofy, long texts that we have back and forth when it's everybody's birthday, or it's everybody's anniversary, or it's everybody's celebration. I am a part of that. I am a part of that continent, that Maine. And that is a mass that keeps me going and really supports me in whatever endeavors that I take on. It's very important that I'm a part of that. And I thank them very much from the very bottom of my heart for all the support over the years. Thank you. I'm also a part of our community and all of that support and all of those things that come together. So my extended family, the residents, my neighbors, my friends, there are people that I know in the city here that I met when I first moved to California in 1985, 30, however many years ago that was, that still live in the city of Redondo Beach. And I've seen their kids be born, grow up, go to college, get married. And being a part of that experience, being a part of that community is really important to me. And I look forward to continuing those friendships and counting on those people to help support me, but also guide me in the new role that I've taken on. And I'm part of that. I am part of that continent and part of that Maine. I'm part of all of that. And it's really valuable to me. And I thank you very much for that. Also part of the community and all the people that I've met here in Redondo Beach, the staff members, the council members, other members of the community, so many things that I've been able to accomplish as part of that group, as part of an effort for all of us. No one accomplishes these things on their own. It's a community effort. And while we may not always agree on that community effort, we all have the same goal, which is live in the greatest city, Redondo Beach, not just in California, but in all of the US, if not the world. And so those efforts, I'm a part of that. And I thank you for that. The accomplishments, Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim mentioned the Charter Review Committee. When I first got involved in the city, I tried to volunteer for boards and commissions and didn't have that opportunity. Councilmember Horvath tried to get me on a board or commission. It didn't work out. So thank you for that, Christian, the effort there. So there I began working on the Budget and Finance Commission. Once getting appointed, replacing John Grant, which is really hard to replace. John's such a great advocate and such a smart person. And started on some initiatives with what was then the assistant city manager that came to fruition when you all passed some of those charter review amendments and made the city a better place. So I'm part of that. I'm a group of that. The city staff, the residents, my family, all of it. We're all part of a bigger group. And we all are a community and we all work together. and I thank you for that. I'm grateful. I'm awed by this moment. It's really quite the journey to be here right now. And I would close in saying, because I like to be bold, be brief, and then be gone. Don't be afraid of failure. Don't be afraid of change. Embrace these things because they will grow you into a better person and a better advocate for your friends, your family, and your community. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, our next person is our Councilmember-elect, Paige Kulujevic, District 3. Okay, so please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Paige Kalujetovich,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully
the
discharge
duties upon
the duties upon
which I'm about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Yeah, just real quick, I know that I'm up here. One, thank you to the voters, anyone who voted, whether you voted for me or not. Mary. To my family who support me, my mom, my biggest cheerleader. I know have big shoes to fill, and I'm ready to do the work. So thank you so much.
Okay, our next council member-elect, Scott Barrett for District 5. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Scott Barrett,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon
which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Come on over, please. Okay. Thank you, Eleanor. I just want to say thank you to my friends, my family, my wife Evelyn, my 2 boys, my mom and dad, my aunts and uncles, cousins, brothers, sisters-in-law, brothers-in-law, the mayor, past and present city council folks, and everyone else who's really supported me and been with me on this journey from day one. My number one goal as a city council person, and frankly, the reason I ran in the first place, is to ensure that our city stays a safe, clean, nice place to live, and everything else flows from that. So, public safety, responsibly managing density, addressing homelessness, controlling traffic, ensuring we remain a diverse and inclusive city that is beautiful and welcoming to all. And I look forward to working with our mayor, our city council members, our terrific staff to do everything I can to help make that happen. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you again. Thank you, my family. And I am so excited to be embarked on this journey, a new chapter in my life. Thank you.
So those that just got their oaths, when we're at recess, I need you up here so I can have you sign your oaths. Thank you. So I'll hand it over to you.
Yes. Well, you want to do the signatures first, and then, or you want us to do a recess? You guys come on up.
There's no quorum right now.
Actually, motion to recess for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 20
Second.
minutes? Half an hour, actually. Let's just do 30 minutes. Is there a second, Hawaji?
Second.
There we go.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Get some refreshments for tomorrow. Hey, what's up, Carlos?
45.
How's everything, man? Good to see you.
Congratulations, sir. Hey, you ready? No sound because that's because we're muted. We were whatchamacallit, taking a short break. Oh, you're ready. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Let's call this meeting back to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujarovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji via telecom.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome, new council. Okay. Onwards. Thank you. Yeah, right? All right. So first thing we're going to do is approval of the order of agenda and with our city manager. We'd like to move item P1 after, like to make a motion to move item P1 to after the public hearing, L1. So
I'll second that.
thank you. Anyone else issues with that? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Perfect. All right, agency recess. We do have one tonight of the Community Financing Authority, item F1. Can we get a roll call for that, please?
Yes. Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Kalujarovic.
Oh, yeah, sorry, go on.
Here.
Sorry?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Kalujarovic.
Here.
Sorry, I'll get that right eventually. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Member Obaji. Here. Member Barrett.
Here.
And Vice Chair Narenheim.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. And just an FYI, anytime we recess to a different meeting, like the Financing Authority, we have the whole new roll call to a whole new meeting. And when we come back and do it again, yes, you'll be saying here a lot. And we'll do announcements. We missed announcements for council members. We'll do that after this particular item. All right. So first item, blue folder items. Anything to add to the blue folder?
Not for community finance, no.
Okay, thank you. We have 4 items on the consent calendar. Any members of the city council or the members of the financing authority want to pull those items? Okay, any members of the public want to speak to any of those items? Can we get a motion to approve all the consent calendar items?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, perfect. All right, anyone opposed? No, okay. Is there anything to read on those items? I don't think so. Public participation on non-agenda items. So this is for the Community Financing Authority, not our city council. Anyone want to come down and give 3 minutes to the Community Financing Authority? All right, going once. Anyone on Zoom want to speak to the Community Financing Authority for non-agenda items?
I will check for you.
Okay.
Just a moment. And there is no one raising their hand to speak for this item.
Okay. All right. So are there, that's that for that. Members, referrals to staff. You guys have any referrals, anyone? All right. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. That brings us back to our regular meeting. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujarovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim.
Here. All right. Backstepping just a little bit. Announcements of council members to the public. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Mayor Pro Tem. First off, I want to congratulate all the new electees. Eugene Zalman, my friend, I'm very happy that he is our city treasurer. He's going to do a terrific job. Eleanor is back again. She's done a terrific job as our city clerk. Mr. Barrett, I know you'll represent District 5 and North Redondo well. And finally, somebody who has a as difficult or more difficult name than me to spell and pronounce. Congratulations. I've been waiting for somebody like that who has a hard name to pronounce, but I know you'll do a great job, District 3. Secondly, I'd like to congratulate Public Works. They have been working overtime for weeks and weeks, and I want to, especially thank Ted and Mike. The paving job has been done great on Burl, and the neighborhood streets in District 2 and District 3, I believe, were repaved, and now the striping's happening. So congratulations and thank you all, everybody in Public Works. Thank you. And then finally, District 2 community meeting for April will be held on Monday, April the 24th at 6 p.m. on Zoom. Last month we had representatives from SoCal Gas. This month we're going to have Edison. And those of you who have either had outages because of pole changes or just electric outages like we had yesterday in our neighborhood, feel free to come, listen to representatives from Edison and ask your questions. Again, that's the 24th, Monday, 6 p.m. to 7:30 on Zoom. You can register on the District 2 webpage of redondo.org. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Kaldrovic.
Yeah, I am also going to have a community meeting on Zoom. The date is not set yet, but I will send out an email and I'll post it so that everyone has it, and I'll have that announcement for next week's meeting as well. I just want to thank everyone for welcoming me here. I know my name is difficult to say, but it's just, I had to learn from my mother-in-law, so it just takes some practice, but it's Kalujetovich, and thank you all.
All right. Councilmember Rabaji.
All right. I wanted to say congratulations to the new council members, Kalajerovich and Barrett, and goodbye to the former council members, and thank you for their service, 8 years long service, great service to our city. I didn't get to see them off. I'm in the 5th week of a trial up here in Reading, so sorry I can't be there. I'll be back. I'm coming back on the weekends, but I'll be back in the chamber shortly enough. Probably just 1 more week remotely. I did want to commend our planning commission. So they had a meeting the second time they considered a revised project for the Catalina Village project, a special meeting last month. That went till past 1 o'clock. Now, this is a project that they had 4 hearings on, then it came to council. We stayed up till 4 a.m. Then we ultimately rejected it for not being Coastal Act compliant. And then they resubmitted the project to the Planning Commission. And the 2 planning commissioners, Hazeltine and Lamb specifically, who were most concerned about the fact that this project was not going to be complying with the Coastal Act, stayed with us in the chambers when we had a city council meeting till 4:30 in the morning. And then when it came back to them on the Planning Commission, they said, you know what? While the developer came with this project, this revised project, we still don't think that it complies with the Coastal Act because it's consume street parking. They revised the project so that it would comply with the Coastal Act and provide all the parking that it needed on site. And they ensured that the developer provided the 4 affordable units that we needed here in our housing plan. So I want to commend them and thank them immensely. That's Commissioners Gail Hazeltine and Sheila Lamb for their dedicated work in support of our city. And I think it sends a strong message to anybody coming and trying to develop in Redondo Beach that you are going to need to comply while the HAA gives you significant power to get housing approved. You're going to need to comply also with the California Coastal Act if you're applying for a project in the coastal zone. So thank you to those 2. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Councilmember Barrett.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do have an announcement to make, which is my first community meeting, and it's going to be Wednesday, April 19th at 6 p.m. at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. It's open certainly to District 5, but all residents of Redondo Beach are welcome to join us, and we'll be sending out an announcement about that this week. That's all.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right. I got a couple things as well. First thing I want to say, in the spirit of community meetings, my regular community meeting is this weekend, 9:30 a.m. at Alta Vista. Come on down. I'm going to have our newly elected city treasurer come on down and speak, introduce himself and say hello. A lot of you guys have met him many times, but now he's going to have a new title, a new role. I'm also going to bring down Scott as well. I talked to him earlier, and he wants to come down and say hello and just first say hi, so everyone can meet and ask questions, get to know. And Paige, you're more than welcome to come down as well. I know we haven't been able to connect yet. So 9:30 a.m. till 11:30 this Saturday. And then we'll be doing an online community meeting like I normally do as well. I have not set the exact date yet. It'll be at 6:30 in the evening coming up. And along with that, I want to thank Public Works for the Avenue I repaving job that's happening. That's well needed down there after this winter rain and the storm. They had to remove some of the outdoor dining parklets, and we've worked with the Riviera Village. So it's a great thing to have that kind of work going on down there. And I really appreciate, I know the Riviera Bid appreciates it as well. And then I think that's it for me. All right, so onwards. The rest of our agenda. Can I get let's see, do we have any blue folder items to add to the record?
Yes, we just had one item submitted under J1, public participation, and on the agenda item, so public communication was received. That's all it was under.
Motion to receive and file.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right. Anyone opposed? Thank you. All right. So consent calendar. Today we have 13 items on the consent calendar. Anyone can come down and speak, give their 3 minutes to any one of the 13 items on the consent calendar. I'm going to allow the council members to pull any item that they want. I don't believe I have any cards for these items. So Councilmember Lowenstein, would you like to pull anything?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalderovich.
H3.
H3, all right. Councilmember Baji.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
No item to pull, but on H3, it's one that I'm going to abstain on simply because I was not involved in these prior meetings.
Okay, well, we're going to pull that, and we'll talk about that for a second until you guys know. Any members of the public want to come down and speak to any of these items? Going once, going twice. Anyone at Zoom?
Just for, there was some comments submitted on consent items too, and there's one speaker here, but they have not raised their hand on consent, so I think we're okay for speakers.
Fantastic. All right. So is there a motion to approve all items except for item H3?
So moved.
Second.
Anyone opposed to that? All right. Everything passes. Is there anything to read?
Yes, thank you. Under item H7, council adopt by title only resolution number CC-2304035, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, ordering the city engineer to prepare and file a report pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972, sections 22500 et al. At sequence of the California Streets and Highways Code describing the maintenance and improvement of streetlights and landscaping in the City of Redondo Beach, California for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2024. And that concludes items 2.
All right. Item H3 are the minutes for October 18th, November 1st, and November 15th in the city clerk's office. And just so you guys know, for on the council, I see this happen all the time where people refuse to vote on it, saying, "Hey, I wasn't there." But you're not swearing and attesting that everything is true and correct. You're just voting to approve the minutes. You can still vote on it, even though you weren't here or participated, or just can say that it is truly correct. You can just here to approve the minutes, make them the official minutes. That's all it is.
Okay.
So, is there any, Councilmember Baji or Lowenstein, do you have any additions?
I do not, thank you.
All right, is there a motion to approve these minutes?
Motion approved.
Second?
Second.
All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining?
Yes, I'm going to abstain with respect to H3. Otherwise, yes, I
Okay,
approve.
so the motion passes at 3-0-2. All right.
I'm sorry. Did you decide not to
Abstaining.
abstain as well? Thank you.
Yep.
Kilojadovich, thank you. Okay.
All right, that brings us to public participation on non-agenda items. This is a fun one, 7:28 p.m. Moving right along. You get 30 minutes for this section, and you get 3 minutes. You get to speak about anything you would like, as long as it's not on the agenda. And we cannot respond to anything that is on the agenda. We can ask some clarifying questions. So if you're not on the, the statements that you make, we can ask some clarifying questions, but that is it. So I actually have to step out and sign something in the back here real quick. So I'm going to let, to my right,
Thank you.
let you take care of that.
Okay, first up, Nikki Negrete Mitchell. And then after Nikki will be Lena.
I'm Nikki Negrete Mitchell, District 3. And good evening and congratulations to the new council members. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I've been a Redondo Beach resident for 42 years and I've lived in all 5 districts. I understand you're new to Redondo, so welcome. My husband and I now own a home at the far end of District 3, sharing our back property line with the old harbor right-of-way. We bought our home nearly 16 years ago and took ownership in November 2007. The attractive thing was the zoning and the El Nido tree canopy ambiance. Normally, I would never consider living at the rail corridor. In fact, I've never lived further east than Ringe because of the tracks. The biggest selling point was that the local city governments had been in talks about what to do with the right-of-way. And it was qualified as lightly used or abandoned, which meant it could easily become a linear parkway greenbelt walking/bike path. Imagine our shock when we found out the absurd-sounding rumor we heard a few years later of adding commuter rails back there was actually being considered. Imagine the condescension and fake shaming we got when we spoke up. Imagine the vindication I felt coming across the finalized 2002 South Bay Rail Studies documenting a discussion between South Bay City COG and BNSF on how easily the right-of-way could be used as linear parkway, walking/bike path. I am not a public figure. I'm a metalsmith artist. I typically keep a low profile unless otherwise called for. But tonight I stand before you as founding member of Redondo Beach Quality of Life Coalition. I'm not a city government type by any means, but I've been welcomed and respected. As a ground zero homeowner, officials both inside and outside of Redondo place importance on my experience and point of view on the Green Line project. As a woman and as of Hispanic, Native American ethnicity, I've never experienced any of the rumored disrespect in this particular venue. As realists, we can truthfully, or can anyone truthfully, no matter what their credentials are, realistically guarantee that crowding 3 rails into a narrow corridor in between 1,100 homes on unstable ground, passengers side by side with liquid petroleum freight fuel tankers, 12 to 25 feet away from densely occupied housing, above 7 highly pressurized petroleum pipelines, at some points rounding a curve and others 30 feet above trench light rails occupied by riders, is safe. That's a lot of people and property being exposed to real hazards. I'm friendly. I work well with others. Please come out my way. I'd love to show you around, and I'm sure you must have questions, and I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, Lena Carrillo. And after that is Christopher Walks.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, incumbent council members, new council members. I'm Lena Carrillo. I'm a city employee of over 20 years, as well the president of the Redondo Beach Professional and Supervisory Association, also known as the RBPSA. To the new city council members, I want to introduce you to the city's miscellaneous employee bargaining groups. You're most likely familiar with our police and fire unions, but there are 3 other employee bargaining groups that represent a myriad of employees employees that perform other city functions within the city so that we run smoothly on a day-to-day basis. There's the Professional and Supervisory Association, or PSA, comprised of paraprofessional positions such as engineers, city planners, analysts. Some of them are here this evening. As well, there is the City Employees Association, or CEA, comprised of administrative and technical level employees. And finally, Teamsters, which represents our public works employees that oversee parks, streets, fleet, building maintenance, sewers. Each and every one of these employees plays an integral part in supporting the day-to-day operations that ensure our community functions. To the new council members, you are coming in at a challenging time with regards to employee morale. In the last 10 years, since the recovery from the Great Recession, miscellaneous employees have received base salary increases averaging maybe only 1% a year, if that, during those 10 years, where CPI ranged anywhere from 3% upwards to 8% during that same time period. This has resulted in miscellaneous employee salaries being approximately 10% below the current market rate. That data is supported by a recent salary survey conducted by the city. The city has seen recruitment challenges in most of its job classes, and even for newly hired employees, retention has been difficult. Redondo Beach has become a training ground for employees to gain experience and then leave for higher paying agencies. Previous council actions attempted to address the problems with recruitment and retention bonuses, but it did have minimal impact, as these were merely a Band-Aid that could do little to nothing to solve the systemic issue of deflated salaries across the board. Bottom line, you're now representatives of a city that is no longer a competitive employer. Over the next 3 months, you'll be tasked with adopting a new operating budget for the fiscal year that starts July 1st. It's one of the major tasks, even to new council members that come in. You'll need to make the choice: is Redondo Beach a mediocre city with mediocre services, or would Redondo be a premier city to live, play, and work? To achieve the level of service I believe every council member aspires to your residents, it will take commitment on your part to invest significantly in raising the salaries to reduce, retain, and promote quality top-tier employees. The three miscellaneous bargaining units are all in contracts through the end of the calendar year. However, there's nothing that prevents the city from asking us to open our contracts sooner and sit down with us ahead of that time to address this vital issue. We ask that you be proactive in raising our salaries to market rate. Include this as part of the upcoming budget process. Open our contracts, begin negotiations this spring, and raise base salaries to meet the market demands. Enter into the new fiscal year with confidence of knowing Redondo can once again be a top-tier employer. Thank you.
All right, Christopher, come on down. After that, you got Carlos Rubio, Teamsters.
Good evening, staff and council. My name is Chris Fox from District 2. Nice to meet you. First, I'd like to congratulate the new members of the City Council to this great city where the James Webb Space Telescope was built, and we have a lot of aerospace employees that support both science and the Space Force. My topic this evening is in regard to short-term rentals. And what happened personally to me during the past 3 weeks, my neighborhood has been in a state of high anxiety. We experienced occupants coming and going that we are not used to seeing in our neighborhood. This is in North Lucia Avenue. I found out on Sunday that this was due to a short-term rental for addresses from where I live. And as you are aware, the issues with short-term rentals are the rapid loss of affordable housing, safety and stability of our neighborhoods, the diminishing quality of life for Redondo, homes and apartments turning into hotels, and entire neighborhoods becoming tourist zones. I myself am looking forward to staff and the council to a solution to prevent this situation from occurring in the future. I myself suggest considering extending the occupancy code to a minimum of 3 months for required occupancy of a person in a residential zoned property area. And I understand, which I found out myself, that staff can provide the council with the details on how enforcement is currently being performed in the city, and they were very helpful in explaining to me how the current enforcement is going. I think in this situation, It was a situation where a property manager was taking advantage of the situation and had a short-term rental. And unfortunately, the people that they rented to were not what we're used to in the neighborhood. So I appreciate your time this evening, and thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem, did you contact the police?
Oh, yes, and also Mr. Lowenstein. We've been in communication, and I talked to staff today, myself personally, where I found out how the current enforcement is being handled.
Was staff Joy Ford, our quality?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Was staff our quality of life prosecutor, Joy Ford?
Yeah, it was Joe.
Joe, okay.
Yeah.
Can I get your contact info?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Council.
No problem. Thank you, sir. All right, Carlos, you are up, sir. And then after that, Nikki, oh, you got the ready. And after that, it's free for all.
Okay, good evening. My name is Carlos Rubio. I'm the president of Teamsters Local 911. Our local represents 9,000 workers in Southern California. And my voice is kind of gone because we just came from a picket line down in the city of Paris, not against the city, but against an assembly member. And we were advocating out there against autonomous vehicles. I want to welcome the new council members, and don't worry, most of the names that I see, I can't pronounce myself. And that's the beauty of Redondo Beach, and that's the beauty of this nation, that we all come from different backgrounds and everything's beautiful. I've been at this podium in the past, very passionate, sometimes upset, sometimes happy, sometimes I advocate for different items. But today I see a beautiful renovated City Hall chambers, City Council chambers, which is amazing. I want to recognize all the city workers that are present, Jerry Galvez, our chief steward, and our members from Public Works, as well as the other city employees. They do a tremendous job. And you know, I think the last song I wrote was over 3 minutes, so I'm not going to try to get creative here. I will follow up in writing. I just wanted to welcome you and give you some bullet points. Labor in the city is an actual partner. We're a business partner. We're a business partner for a quality of life purpose. And I want to repeat that, quality of life purpose. I think what the pandemic showed us is that we had to work together to address issues that we probably never faced before. Only those people that faced them to the same degree 100 years ago. We were here every single day. I don't think I have to sit here or stand here and prove to you what great job our city workers have done. I think that's a given. I think you recognize that. I appreciate the relationship that we have with city management. I appreciate the relationship we have with Public Works management. But I think where we need to see going forward is, where do we want to prioritize our decision making? Where do we want to prioritize our funds? These streets are dangerous nowadays. Again, quality of life. I represent the LA Metro Security Force. In 2022, there was 21 deaths in the LA transit system. Just in January, we had 21 overdoses of fentanyl. That's an emergency. And that problem is everywhere in our nation. But in Los Angeles County, this is something that we have to pay attention to. Every single city worker is facing various challenges. And again, quality of life. Those same challenges will be seen by your residents. Those same challenges will be seen by your businesses. And so if we don't work together and we don't prioritize on the quality of life, the pillars of the city, which are, in my opinion, the constituents, the workers, right, your leadership, things are going to fail. We invite you to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. Anyone else would like to come down and speak on non-agenda? Now is your time. We got two takers. Come on up.
Lloyd, Redondo Beach. I've been a resident of this city for over 66 years, which is probably, when people say, oh, been here a long time. Well, my family's been here even over 100 years now. He says there was only one councilman who could say that he had his family here longer than I did. But needless to say, I would like to welcome our new council members. It says because of my job, I haven't been coming here as often as I used to. Most of the council members know, I took a job over in Anaheim, and I've got to be there tonight. So that's why I'm dressed the way that I am. But no, one thing is, yes, if we fight amongst ourselves, we're like a pair of scissors. All we can do is attack each other. Especially if you take a good pair of like kitchen shears where you can take them apart, but you put them together and you work together. It's amazing what in the heck you can do with them. But I remember, and one of my favorite quotes was attributed to Ben Franklin, when he said at the end of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, gentlemen, if we don't all work together, we will certainly hang separately.
Perfect. Thank you, Rita. All right.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Leslie Campeggi, District 2. I'd like to offer congratulations to City Clerk Eleanor Manzano for her reelection. Congratulations to Eugene Solomon as our new city treasurer. Congratulations to new council member Kalu Jedovich. Congratulations to new council member Barrett. It's nice to see you again. And I wanted to offer a suggestion for the city manager to help all of you out with social media information versus disinformation. We do have our own Facebook page now that I think you're still trying to get it renamed to something that's instead of, it's Redondo Beach City Hall. Is that what it is? I'm hoping that after council meetings that perhaps the next day there can be an update on that Facebook page with major things that happened at a council meeting. And that would be a way for the council members then to feed from that Facebook post and share it to their own page instead of expecting each one to rewrite the same thing in whatever different version or interpretation that might be. When I do look at social media, which isn't much these days because it's so full of disinformation, I'd rather see something that has more information and that is productive and meaningful to the residents to where each of you could then draw their attention to the same, so you're all feeding off of the same information. And I would further suggest that the government channel on TV perhaps be updated with the same. And I think that would help you all because you're not in a full-time role being paid as full-time people as council members. You don't have your own PR staff and your secretaries to do these things for you. Some people are more adept at social media and graphics than others, but it shouldn't be you having to expend that kind of energy all the time to feed the same information of what occurred. Obviously, you can share it and you can put your own, personal additional comments to that. That's certainly within your right. But I'm thinking this might help us streamline our own information and disinformation within the city. And I hope that that might happen. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else want to come down and speak? Is there 3 minutes in person? Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom?
Now would be the time for anyone that wants to speak under this item, non-agenda items, to raise their hands. Or I only have 2 people that are signed in, but they have not raised their hands to speak at this time. And there were no comments on e-comment.
All right. One last call for in-person. All these high school kids here. Come on down. No? All right. We're going to close out that section then and head on over to our next item, which is ex parte. So this is a section we let the members of the public know. Thank you guys very much. We're going to go into our public hearing right now. And with all public hearings, we let the public know who we've been talking to, and we appreciate it. More detail, the better. And I'll go through the council. And there is a small echo. All right. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I have talked to no one about this. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember.
Talk to no one.
All right. Obaji.
I don't have the agenda open in front of me. What subject
This is the public hearing to solicit input for public service grant for the CDBG annual action plan.
No discussions.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Councilmember Barrett.
Not with respect to that item.
All right. I have not talked to any members of the public or staff or city council members either. So I've just read through the item. I'm well versed in this item. So this brings us to the official opening. Do we have a motion to open the public hearing on this?
Motion to open the hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Anyone opposed? Perfect. All right. So now we can get going. Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. We're having a little bit of trouble bringing the presentation up, but maybe we can try and get started here a little bit. We have our CDBG consultant here, Joyce Lee from Michael Baker International. I'll let her start talking a little bit and see if we can't get the presentation up momentarily.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, and congratulations to our newly elected officials, as well as greetings to our current council members. My name is Joyce Lee, and I am here today to present on the Community Development Block Grant Program, as well as the fiscal year 23-24 Annual Action Plan. Just a little bit before we get started, I know one of the public comments mentioned having difficulty pronouncing two council members' last names. For me, now it will be 5, excluding Mayor Brand, but hopefully you would excuse me while I still learn during that process. Just a little bit about the Community Development Block Grant Program. These are federal grant funds given by the U.S. Congress. U.S. Congress allocates federal grants to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. From there, U.S. Department of Housing and Development, also known as HUD, allocates funds to different participating cities throughout the U.S. So that does include California, Nevada, all the way up to New York. So these allocations are given on a yearly basis. So the city of Redondo Beach is one of the participating cities, and they do apply and receive CDBG or federal grant funds every year. We are expected to receive about $263,800, and I believe 34 is what says on the presentation in CDBG funds. And with that, the annual action plan plays an important process in this because it acts as an application for these federal grant funds. The annual action plan is a reflection of what activities will be used to fund through CDBG and how many individuals will be served through that. With federal grants, I'm sure you are all aware there are stringent regulations that we do have to adhere to. So that does limit our funding to specifically housing and community development programs, specifically aimed to support our low and moderate income residents here in Redondo Beach. Just a little bit about the allocation, the $263,000 that we are expected to receive. That is a formula grant allocation, also dictated by HUD. That does consist of the city size, the number of low and moderate income populations, as well as U.S. Census data. So we can't request, unfortunately, a specific amount of funds. However, we can request for CDBG funds, and that is given to us by HUD. A little bit about the budget. For our budget, we did allocate funds for our public facilities improvements, for planning and administration, as well as our public service agencies, and lastly, for the housing improvement program. You will notice that there is a 20% cap for planning and administration, meaning that we can only use 20% of our overall allocation, which is the $263,000. Oh, there we go. Just in time.
What slide do you think you're on?
It's the slide.
Madam Clerk, can you? She's already on it. Here we go.
Just a little brief, as you can see, just backtracking from what I was talking about earlier, the city of Redondo Beach has been receiving funds since 1986. This graph does show how much city of Redondo Beach has been receiving since 2001. As you can see, there is a decline, a drastic decline in how much money we are getting every year. But of course, we do apply every year and we do successfully secure CDBG funds to support our residents. So for the proposed budget, as I mentioned, for the 20% cap for planning and administration, we also are capped at 15%, meaning 15% of our $263,000 can only be for public service agency funding. We do want to support and would like to recommend funding for public facilities and improvements, which is the ADA curb ramp project that will provide accessibility for seniors, for persons with disabilities, and for people with children. And lastly, we do have our housing improvement program, which provides mobility access repairs and emergency repairs to homeowners in Redondo Beach. So here we are recommending, this is the public, only specific to the public service agencies. We have 6 public service agencies or nonprofits. We are recommending 6. We did have 7 apply. Unfortunately, the last one was denied because they did not meet HUD regulations. From the 6, we have been working with these organizations since 2018. We have a great working relationship with them, and we would like to continue to support them, who in return support the residents here. The first one is 1736 to provide services for victims of domestic violence. Salvation Army Meals on Wheels that provides Hot Wheels and delivers them to seniors and persons with disabilities. Venice Family Clinic provides all types of services for individuals with trauma. St. Paul's United Methodist Church, also known as Project Needs, to provide meals for individuals experiencing homelessness, as well as working with the city's homeless service for the coordinated entry system processing. We have Disability Community Resource Center to support persons with disabilities and seniors to equip them with the knowledge and skills so that they may become independent. And lastly, CityNet, which is navigation assistance for chronic homelessness and provides outreach, case management, and referral services to individuals experiencing homeless. I do want to note for that last one, they are providing outreach. They do not provide direct housing. They do go out there and conduct the outreach to individuals throughout Redondo Beach experiencing homelessness and help them eventually with the end goal to be housed. So this is our annual action plan schedule. We are required by HUD to hold 2 public hearings. Additionally, we are required to hold a 30-day public review and commenting period for residents and for interested organizations. Our public 30-day review period will begin April 8th and end May 8th. And then we will be coming back to City Council on May 2nd for the review and to solicit input on the public service agencies, as mentioned before, as well as the approval for the adoption of the annual action plan so that we may submit by May 15th. And lastly, recommendations for City Council. We would like to recommend City Council to open public hearing and take testimony to solicit input on the CDBG activity recommendations and the draft fiscal year 23-24 annual action plan. And then lastly, to continue the public hearing to May 2nd. That is the end of my presentation, and I'm available to take any questions.
All right. Sorry, I should have given a little bit more of an intro for you guys. CDBG funds, it's a long, as you can see here, it's a long process. You get many bites of the apple along the way. We give out a lot of money to do a lot of different things. ADA accessibility is primarily number 1. And a lot of the street corners that you see being done is all paid through that. Anyone have? It's because we have our housing department. So, Councilman Lundstein.
Actually, this is a question more for Public Works and City Manager Wazansky. Since 50% of the CDBG budget is for the ramps, how far does that go roughly? Each one is what, 3,000 more than that?
Yeah, I think there was a time where the CDBG program would fund anywhere from 40 to 50 ramps a year. I'd venture to guess that we're half that number now, maybe 18 to 20 with that $100,000+ allocation. Each ramp now can easily run $10,000 to $12,000.
Okay.
Yeah, depending on the slope and the repairs that are needed. Yeah.
Okay, I want to put you on the spot. Where are we in terms of replacing all those ramps? Are we halfway through? It's a tough question, but.
Yeah, I do believe we've executed this year's capital project that was funded by last year's allocation. I think that's done.
Yeah.
But as was mentioned, that's not all the ramps in our city.
Yeah.
I don't see Ted, but Mike, do you recall offhand what our percentage of ramp execution is at this point under our survey?
Right offhand, Mike, that's not the number that I have, but the margin for ramps for expense right now.
Can you step up to the mic?
Come up, Mike.
Yeah.
Come up to the podium.
Sorry, Mike, but yeah.
Evening, Council. Mike Klein, Deputy Director for Operations. The economies of scale right now are great when we do the larger projects. The worst part about this economy right now is the price increases on everything labor, including with the ramps.
Yeah.
From $3,000 to $10,000 ramps. Some of the ramps that are going up barrel because of the grade slopes and things like that take a lot more work. So that's another factor in it. If we're doing flatter work, it makes it a lot more economical. But when we get into, and I use barrel as a very good example because there's some challenging grades to meet. But that's one of the issues that we have. When we're doing flatter work, it ends up working out a lot better.
One of the questions I've gotten from constituents is, why do you take out a ramp that looks perfectly fine?
Yeah, and that's a very good question and one that frustrates us to no end as well. It's a ramp may appear fine, it might be smooth, it may not be in disrepair, but it may not meet current slope and handicap accessible requirements in the sense that we have to add truncated domes for visual impairment as well. So when we embark on a large capital improvement on the street and we upgrade and renovate that facility, we have an obligation under the code to bring all of our intersections up to current standard. And sometimes it's literally ripping out what appears to be a perfectly good ramp. And that's the frustration we have. It's the rules under ADA, and there isn't really an exception for that.
Those rules change from time to time,
And
right?
they do. They update their standards. There's new modifications and guidelines as it pertains to what is a contemporary ramp, and it does create a bit of frustration for us. But what I would suggest is I think it's a great question as it pertains to where we are throughout the city. We have, as this council knows, thousands of intersections and ramps in the city. It would be good for us perhaps as a budget response report to give you a tally, a numeric tally as it pertains to the number of current ramps that are contemporary under the law and those that we have outstanding. But I will tell you, in the last 10 years, we made a very concerted effort, and this program was a really big kickoff to that, allocating as much of this resources as possible. There was a time we didn't actually put any money from CDBG to curb ramps. It was all, it was different social service programs, and I think our community and our impaired community has really benefited from this.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right. Any other members? There's a little button there that says, there you go. Little mouse, yes. All right. Councilmember Kelly Kolovic.
Just following up on that, how are certain ramps identified? Is there a priority, or are people contacting you as they need to be? Or?
Yes, combination of both. We do a 3-year assessment of all of our sidewalks throughout the city. It's a program we've started here in the last several years, very successful. So we'll flag it upon inspection, and then we'll also respond to complaints from citizens who might have identified a trip and fall hazard or a scenario where perhaps we have a member of the handicapped community who has struggled to make a crossing. And those are immediate priorities for us when we see an issue like that we try to address.
And then same with the home improvement program. If there's a community member that has come to you, is that how it's identified? Or?
Yes, if it absolutely. If it's somebody who is struggling for whatever reason at those intersections, we would try to address that deficiency as quickly as we can.
Oh, I was talking about the home improvement section.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that, I should let Cameron answer that. I'm not sure if we have a static list right now of seniors who we're helping or,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, we do. We do have an application available to all residents. They do have to go through our, of course, application process, and they do have to be considered low and moderate income. And that's where the difficult part comes in. They do have to share information with us, such as they're proving that they do own the home, first and foremost, and then being able to show that they are qualified per HUD guidelines as low and moderate income. And that does include bank statements, any pay stubs, their social security letter. So we are currently working with 4 individuals currently to fix some repairs in their homes for mobility access, and then there is 1 emergency repair. So.
One of the frustrations we've had over the years, having been part of this program when we were receiving almost, $600,000 a year, is the level of funds that the federal government is now allocating towards these programs. We're at half what we used to receive. And that's really just a virtue of federal government priorities changing. These are really formulaic grants. It's not as if we're able to go out and pursue funds beyond this amount. It's really based on our allocation by population.
All right, Councilmember, you done?
Yeah, I withdrew my request to speak,
Perfect.
so.
Thank you. Look at you, professional.
See?
All right, Councilmember Baji, I can't see if you had your hand up or not. If you do, let me know.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, and members of the public want to come down and speak to the CDBG grant funding scheduling. Going once. Anyone on Zoom? Going twice.
Just a moment. I'm going to make sure that there's no hands up on the Zoom. Give me a sec. No, there are none.
Motion to close the hearing?
Actually, can we make a motion to continue the public?
Continue.
Oh, let's continue it. That's right, because we have another hearing. Motion to continue the hearing until
Second.
the 11th, right?
May 2nd.
May 2nd.
May 2nd, and we have to give 30 days. Right.
Thank you. And pardon me, Mayor Pro Tem, before we do that, I did want to say I did speak with staff on this particular agenda item.
Okay. Your name comes up twice. Your first name comes up twice on the thing here. All right. Mayor, close. Motion to close the public hearing and a second.
Continue, yeah.
To continue. Excuse me. Thank you. Continue. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
Anyone opposed? No.
Thank you.
All right. 2, 3, 4. Seems empty here. All right. So next up, we have item P1. And this is a long-standing item. This is going back to our charter commission, charter review commission, which did not exist a year ago. And we now have, how many, 5 charter amendments done? And now they're continuing to meet again. And we have some movement here.
Yeah, I'll take this on tonight. As mentioned, the Charter Review Committee is embarking on its sort of second round of review per council direction. One of the elements that has been mentioned as an area of study for the committee is the Office of the City Attorney. The council, in speaking with Mr. Webb, our attorney on this issue, and trying to identify in the event that a provision were to be drafted, that we identify a lawyer that could be objective in that process and effectively firewalled from Mike and his staff if that were to be necessary. Council asked that I interview the firms that are currently under contract with the city. Mike provided a list of 9 firms that are under contract with us currently who have performed municipal work for us that has been beyond just exclusive litigation matters. My assistant to the city manager, Luke Smoody, who thank you for your help on this, reached out to all 9 to schedule interviews and solicit prospective interest in this matter. We received response from 8 of the 9 firms. 2 in preliminary conversations identified potential conflict based on matters and their current relationships with the city. And 6 performed with myself and Luke scheduled interviews where I simply asked 3 basic questions. 1, are you interested in this work after describing the current scenario or the potential scenario? 2, what, of course, are your firm's qualifications in that area of the law? Who within that firm, as part of that qualifications checks, would be assigned to the work, and then what would that individual's rate be? We have great firms that are under contract with the city currently. They're all capable. They all provide quality legal advice. They have capable attorneys that probably could have performed this work effectively for us. But I will say the person that we are recommending this evening, Michael Colantuno, really stood out to me and Luke in our evaluation as somebody who has unique skill and experience, having argued in front of the California Supreme Court on 14 occasions, having extensive election law and charter provision drafting and challenge experience, and being an individual who was willing, although normally charges a much higher rate, to provide this work at a reasonable rate of $395 an hour, which was by comparison on the lower end of the scale. Michael, his bio is attached. It speaks for itself. Very capable individual. And I thought one of the poignant things he said in the interview was that it was clear in the event that there were ever a ballot measure that the voters were to approve that would in some way, shape, or form change the office of city attorney position from an elected to an appointed position, that he made very clear that his firm would not be interested in performing that work, bidding on that work, or pursuing that work. So therefore, I felt he would truly be objective throughout the process. Despite the very narrow work that is to be assigned here potentially, to me that felt like an appropriate statement given the circumstance. So I can provide more detail if you'd like, but really tonight recommended is Michael Colantuno for this work if it's needed, and that'll ultimately be determined by the policy advice that's provided by the Charter Review Committee, and then and considered ultimately by the City Council in the event that ballot measure language that pertains to the Office of City Attorney needs to be drafted. That concludes my presentation, and I believe Michael is on the line via Zoom, overhead Zoom, if you have any specific questions for him.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions actually. I'll start off. First, what is what did you say the experience of for the municipal law firm he's been with? Is it he's been with his firm right here? What was it? Colantuno, Highsmith and Watley?
Yeah, Michael, it'd probably be best if you took that question. Are you able to hear us, Michael?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep,
yes,
we
sir.
can.
I started practicing at Richards, Watson & Gershon in 1989. In 2001, the lease came up, and I was, as a partner, required to sign for my share of a multi-million-dollar guarantee for a long time. And decided it was time to run my own show, and I have been in my firm since then. We grew from an initial 4 lawyers to 34 lawyers at present. We are city attorneys in 17 cities and provide special counsel services to then a city attorney half a dozen cities, many in Southern California when I lived there. But at present, I'm just the city attorney of Grass Valley, devoting most of my time to special counsel projects like this one.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, I have a quick question. The staff report here said that there will need to be an amendment to the contract amendment. Will be prepared for the selected firm that codifies the scope of work. And you said in here that there's these people currently are on file, but I couldn't find this firm on their under contracts.
I can't speak to that specifically. Mike might be able to answer that question. But what needs to occur is we want to make sure that the scope of work is tailored to the job that we are tasking, and that the rate of pay associated with that be updated. Virtually all of our contracts, while active for an activity like this, would require some form of hourly rate adjustment that we typically provide through an amendment to those agreements.
What do you mean hourly rate adjust? So we do have him on his firm on?
He is, I believe, under contract. Mr. Webb can probably confirm that.
So he changed firms, and so we've used him. What I had my staff run is a search, and we discussed this for every municipal law firm that we've paid within the prior, and I forget what the direction was, 3 years or 5 years. And he was on that firm, on that list, and is a preeminent municipal law expert. I wasn't selected in choosing him. He represents us currently in the litigation involving multiple cities regarding failure to collect the tax that was owed by a utility. And so you've met with him in closed session.
For the user utility tax.
Well, I don't want to go into specifics.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. But he was he represented, Michael, how many cities was it regarding the Edison?
42 against Edison and 15 against PG&E.
So you've all met him before. It's not on the list that the clerk prepares. It may be because, and I'm not sure why, it may be because he switched firm names, but he was taken from the list of who we've paid, and we've used him for multiple projects, not just the separate litigation. So the scope of work will also be different from what we talked about initially. As you recall, I've made no secret that I'm completely opposed to removing the choice of city attorney, and I'm not running again. I'm 1 year, 11 months, and 28 days. And so because I want to be able to argue against it, initially I said, we need somebody to do the impartial analysis, because I mentioned the last time this was on the ballot and rejected by the voters, the city attorney at the time had the assistant city attorney draft the impartial analysis. And I thought that may not be the best method going forward. I've since had a chance to look at the election code. Even that was wrong, in that it's actually, if it involves the city attorney, per the election code, it goes to the city clerk if the mayor and council want an impartial analysis, and the city clerk will write the impartial analysis. So what we're left at, I can advise, and I continue to advise the Charter Review Commission, but I don't want there to be any confusion that so every one of the charter reviews that you just passed, it came from management, it came from the charter review, but at the end, I wordsmithed it, made certain that there wasn't any unintended consequences, and the now treasurer mentioned, I pointed out with one instant, they may want to put a dollar value because it had been tried more the open-ended. And they amended it that way, you passed it that way, and the voters approved it. So it's the specific task of that I don't think would be best done by me is once they've decided what method that they want to have, then Mr. Colantuno would prepare, the language, the actual charter amendment that the voters would vote on, and the ballot question. The Charter Review Committee, and we have one member still here, made progress towards what language they may want to make at their last meeting last week. And so they're going to, in April, try and settle on what they want for the job language, because they looked at many of the different charters around the state, and then Mr. Colantuno would be tasked with, turning it into a ballot question and making certain there aren't other sections of our charter that would be a problem if you were going to try and effectuate an appointed city attorney and remove it from the voters. I don't think I should be the one doing it, because I completely object to it and want to be free to point out any problems with it that will result. And so that's where we are. But it's no longer an impartial analysis. It's that limited scope.
All right. So the impartial analysis, the city clerk's office will need to write that.
Well, if the council chooses to have one, every time every time there's an election, the council can choose whether to have one or not. And the section reads, and it's 9280 of the elections code, that the council may ask the city attorney And they specifically put that unless the organization or salaries of the Office of City Attorney are affected, in that case, the council may ask the city clerk to do it. So it certainly shouldn't have been the city attorney in the past, and it certainly shouldn't be city attorney or outside counsel in the future. We've got a separately elected clerk who can do it.
So who is his client going to be then? Who's going to actually hire him? Council?
In every case, in every case, it is the city council upon recommendation of the city attorney. And so the balance is that the city council can't just go seek an appointment they find more politically convenient, but the city attorney can't just hire somebody that the city attorney wants. So under the charter, it's the council may do it under recommendation of the city attorney. If you're going to go forward with a ballot amendment, then I'm recommending, and we, for sake of transparency, that's why the city manager is recommending it for that limited purpose, then it would be the council that's hiring them.
Right.
As in every case.
And then we'll need to direct the city clerk's office to work, well, city clerk's office will be writing the impartial analysis, and we can have him actually write the impartial analysis if we choose them?
No,
Or the city clerk's office?
The city clerk is the
City
one.
clerks has to write it themselves.
Well, the city, that's a question for the city clerk, but and different cities have done it differently, but the section is, if the measure affects the organization or salaries of the office of the city attorney, the governing board may direct the elections official to prepare the impartial analysis. And the default is you may direct the city attorney to do one. So you directed me to do impartial analysis on all 5 charter amendments. Thank you very much. Which kept me very busy in the month of November. You don't have to, but it's the city clerk that would prepare the impartial analysis.
And since the city clerk has their own office, could they hire a law firm or this particular individual?
There's not a mechanism to do that. So I think they would write it.
Okay. Mr. Colantuno, I got some questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Couple questions. So give you a quick background on what we're dealing with, and so the public knows and the council here knows as well. A year ago, this Charter Commission Review Commission didn't even exist, and Councilmember Abaji and I moved forward with getting this moving forward. We had 1 or 2 meetings in April, 1 or 2 meetings in May, and 1 in June. They had their first meeting in June, I believe it was, and then had some more meetings. And, they came up with the recommendations. I believe it was a 6-1 vote specifically for the city attorney position that was now moved to be further discussed. How comfortable do you feel working with the Charter Review Commission, which is a member of 5 people plus 1 or 2 from the mayor's office? There's 2 lawyers there, 1, 2, at least 2 lawyers, if not 3. How in tune are you with that and okay with that?
I'm a local government lawyer, and I have been since I was a baby lawyer in 1989. I know my client is the city. I know when push comes to shove, my ethical direction comes from the city council. But I'm happy to work with your staff, your city attorney as appropriate, your clerk as appropriate, and those commissions you want me to work with.
Great. Do you have any opinions on whether or not a city attorney should be or is better appointed or elected?
We have 483 cities in California. About a dozen elect their city attorneys, and I have worked for many of those cities. And that's a political choice for political people, and I'm not a political person.
You're a hired attorney.
I'm a professional, a neutral public servant.
Okay. So Let's see here. Have you,
I've got some-
Councilmember Baji, go for it.
Sorry, just a bite.
Yeah.
So is the intention that Mr. Colantuono? Wow, talking about the hard names. Colantuono,
Yes,
is that right?
indeed. My family says
Right.
Colantuno, but you probably got the Italian
Colantuono,
better
sorry,
than we
there
did.
we go. Colantuono. Would you be attending, at least as contemplated right now for your retention, would you be attending the Charter Review Committee's meetings when they address this issue?
The client needs to tell me what level of service you want. I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, so assuming that the council votes for this, I would want him to be involved there because I appreciate that Mr. Webb has been very transparent that he's against this, and that's not who you want somebody neutral guiding the commission on the subject and giving them.
So to be clear,
sound advice on this.
that's not the scope of work that I'm recommending. It's not to
Okay.
guide them through the process. And they're almost at the end of the process. When they voted 6-1, this was the only measure that they had no actual charter amendment. They had no actual language for the council to vote on. They've made great progress in terms of this past week. They discussed language that committee member Pinsler had taken from many of the cities, and they're going to talk that in April so that I can forward it to, or they can forward it, or the city manager can forward it to Mr. Colantuono, and he can provide the language as well as scour our other charter sections to make certain that they're not in changing the method of appointing, they're not leaving something that is in conflict with an appointed city attorney. But it's not guiding them going forward because I have no conflict. I have a strong opinion, and it's not, and that is the opinion that the voters put me in here to advise them. So just to be clear, it is helping the Charter Review Committee, once they decided, they use different language where they called it modalities or methods. I believe now they're just going to leave the method of appointment up to the council. They're not going to put specific language in there in terms of going with a firm or to a future council. So it becomes somewhat easier. But it's just for that purpose. I'm still attending every meeting, and I had the discussion with them last time. So it's not that I'm recommending someone to come in and give an opposite view, because that is not our current charter. And I have strong feelings, since we're a dual function office, the majority of cities do not have an elected city attorney. But by the same numbers, the majority of cities don't have their city attorney do state misdemeanor prosecution. And it's a very different animal, and I know that's very important to the residents. And so it's not like I'm recommending that we appoint counterpoint and you bring someone else to do that. But I do want the actual language. I don't want there to be the misunderstanding that I deliberately didn't identify a potential inadvertent consequence or leave in some other language or draft it in such a way that I could make it easy to attack. The specific point is he'll be doing that as I did it for all of the other charter amendments, whether I favored them or not. I did it to the best of my ability. And now we don't have to worry about the impartial analysis, since state law provides that the mayor and council can ask the clerk to do that.
I appreciate that, seeing as I was asking a question to other folks. I will say that I think that, and I haven't been tracking the Charter Review Committee, so I'm not quite sure whether they have called for somebody else to assist them, but it seems to me like if you're dedicated to a position that's anti the measure, that maybe it's not appropriate to have you advising them on developing language and the like. And so that's all. And it's a policy call. And I don't think that you're elected to, I think it's a policy call. So I don't think that the city attorney's role, and then people could disagree about this respectfully, but I don't think the city's city attorney's role is to make policy calls on that kind of subject. Of course, you can espouse your position. You have the political free will to do that, but it's our policy call as to who we want helping the Charter Review Commission, or us for that matter, crafting the ballot language.
I agree with
the like.
If I may, I agree wholeheartedly with the first part. The second part is not a policy call. It is who gives legal advice. And the charter provides it's the one elected by the residents. And it prevents the council or a commission from doing exactly that, for seeking a different point of view just because they don't like the point of view. And it's not a policy matter. It is how it impacts. And I'm trying to make this point diplomatically. None of you have any experience in law enforcement, have any experience in prosecution. There are very different ethical duties. We don't even half my office does not even represent the city of Redondo Beach. They represent the people of the state of California. So you're defining policy as something broader than, if you want to adopt a tax, not adopt.
Cut you off for one quick question. Just ask you a question. We're bringing this other attorney in because there's some sort of conflict that keeps you from providing advice on the subject, right?
No, there is some sort of conflict that prevents me initially from writing the impartial analysis. That was our original discussion. And when I researched it, and I've never faced this because it hasn't come up in my time. What I knew from the previous one in '99 is they had an assistant city attorney, and I didn't think that was right. Well, it turns out it wasn't right for different reasons, so we no longer have that. Now, I'm recommending for the limited purpose of once your charter commission has reviewed all the different factors, and once they've decided, okay, we want the city attorney to do this, and we want the city attorney to be pointed that way, then I think it is best that someone come in and help craft that language, just as I did on each of the previous 5 charter amendments. It's that specific task that I'm recommending the council hire a separate attorney for.
Okay, understood. Let me read through the agenda packet. That's all my questions for now.
All right. I completely disagree. We need to give the committee the tools to be able to produce a quality product and understand what they're doing moving forward. If they have questions, I know there's a great attorney there on the committee as well. She's not giving legal advice. This particular attorney is not giving legal advice either. It's giving, it's understanding how other cities work and trying to understand how our charter, how we would write our charter correctly if a certain outcome is desired, and residents can read that and go from there. Same way, in the same manner that our Public Works Department came through and helped craft the language to update the charter. We had experts from the Public Works Department and contracting, and the city treasurer was there, city clerk was there, experts in their field outside of Redondo Beach coming to just help and give information to help inform the conversation. And that's really important so that we don't do any of this in a vacuum alone. So I would definitely want to have Mr. Colantuno as part of the conversation, just act as someone who can answer information in a non-biased way. He just clearly stated that he doesn't have an opinion either which way, which makes him a very valuable asset. So that's,
do you realize that what you're saying this is a policy consideration and you want him not providing legal advice, which is what I'm trying to focus him on. You're saying, hey, you want him to help provide on the policy stuff the same way staff did on the charter review. And so I didn't weigh into the policy stuff. What I did at the end was do the language once they knew what they wanted to do. And that's the limited part that I'm recommending the council hire somebody to do if they're going to go forward. And it is the only way you can lawfully hire another attorney is based on the current, city attorney's recommendation. So I know you may not like it, but I'm really trying to focus it on the legal work that would be needed once the Charter Review Committee, and I think the Charter Review Committee may almost be there. I really expect that in April, they're going to have a full discussion of the language that Committee Member Pinsler prepared and proposed to them, and it was, I think, a blue folder, so they may not have had it before, but they looked at it. And then specifically, Mr. Colantuno would appear at their May meeting so that he can review whatever it is once they decide what they want to do. That part is, policy. But the hiring of the writing of the ballot question, and again, expansive so that he looks at different sections of the charter and will say, hey, did you consider that not only should you change, Charter 11, you may want to change this as well. So I'm trying to limit it, or I am limiting it to the pure legal stuff, because there's not a way in our current system to do an end run to get a different view other than from the one properly elected by the residents, just as you are.
Yeah, attorneys come down here all the time, give their opinions on items, and they're just, there's some people are just simply, when they come down here, even if they're an attorney, they're just contractors, they're just sitting here on the commission. It doesn't make it legal advice. They're just contractors giving updates. So rather than going too much further down the way, I know Councilmember Barrett had his hand up, and there you go.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for recognizing me. I did want at the outset to commend our city manager, Mike Wazansky, who I think engaged in a very thorough and well-managed selection process that has yielded what appears to be one of the most capable and foremost and award-winning experts in this area of the law, Mr. Michael Colantuno. So thank you for that. I did want to take a moment to address qualifications of Mr. Colantuno to be retained, if that were to be the case, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Colantuno, you've written extensively on the topic of municipal law, ethics, and related issues, and have experienced yourself as a city attorney who has been appointed by various cities and served in that capacity over the decades. And what I'd like to ask you, without rendering an opinion, Mr. Colantuno, what are the benefits, if any, of having an elected city attorney versus an appointed city attorney?
The attorney pointed out one of the most. There are only 12 cities in California that have responsibility to prosecute state penal code misdemeanors, which is a significant fraction of the real criminal prosecution in California. And you'll never get out of that business because you pay for it with your budget. And if the DA took it over, you might have to pay for it out of the DA's budget. And we are accustomed in the American legal tradition of having elected prosecutors to create protection from the political system and our criminal justice system. The 12 city attorneys typically come from large cities. You'll find them in San Francisco and San Diego and in Los Angeles, but they have been in small cities too. Albany, a very small city next to Berkeley, had an elected city attorney for many years. It amounts to a choice that the community makes about what kind of advocate in the city attorney's office you want. It is worth noting that in his civil role, the city attorney is the agent of the city council, or on election matters, the clerk, or on the few matters ascribed to your treasurer. But civil lawyers were agents, not principals. As prosecutors, we're independent, and we represent the people. So it's basically a choice that a community makes about what kind of leadership they want in those.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Colantuno. And along that line, I think you mentioned, or at least suggested, that an elected city attorney is accountable to the voters directly. Is that right?
That's
By
right.
definition.
And needs to run for re-election and needs to stay in communication with the voters.
Okay. So although an elected city attorney would be able to render independent, frank, and candid advice to a city council, they would still be constrained by the will of the voters, right?
That's right.
All right. Just a point of clarification for me, if you would. If the city of Redondo Beach ultimately were to have a appointed city attorney, would the LA District Attorney's Office then take over the prosecutions of criminal matters for the city of Redondo Beach?
I imagine they would be open to a contract arrangement if you pay them to do the work, but I can't imagine they would do it for free.
Would they have the... Please.
Go ahead. The scenarios are you have an appointed city attorney, city prosecutor, which is true in Pasadena, for example. You could have an elected prosecutor and an appointed civil attorney, or you could have an elected attorney in both roles.
And
the city of Long Beach to your south divides these roles and elects them both.
Thank you for that. And is there a possibility, if this was to go forward, that the district attorney's office in Los Angeles would have an opportunity then to seize the criminal prosecution functions of the city of Redondo Beach and then be able to handle or not those matters in its discretion? Do you see that?
No, you've got the authority by statute. That's not going to change unless you make it so. And quite frankly, I don't think they want it. Your city attorney can tell you more about that than I can because he's in daily relationships with them and they're in the same courtrooms on a daily basis. But my impression is this is a caseload that requires a budget, and this district attorney is perfectly happy to see it on your budget rather than the DA's budget.
Okay. One of the concerns that I've heard, and you may have as well, and again, I just want to focus on your qualifications and experience here, is that an appointed city attorney may be, in some instances, less likely or less willing to give frank and candid advice to the city council for fear of alienating the city council and perhaps losing the contract. I know you're a person of utmost integrity who has served as a city attorney, but I did want to raise that issue. And I do it because for the following question, have you had an opportunity to study what went wrong in the city of Bell, the city of Cudahy, where I think you were the city attorney many years prior to the problems they handled? Study that, Mr. Colantuno, and render any conclusion as to what went wrong there with their appointed city attorney.
What went wrong in Bell was on a bunch of levels. You had a fundamentally unethical city manager with too little scrutiny, and all of the checks and balances failed. A city attorney is a limited tool to be a check and balance. We're not the inspector general. We're not an oath. We're a servant. We serve those that the people elect to lead. So you pointed out that an elected city attorney is constrained by the voters. An elected city attorney is directly restrained by the voters. An appointed city attorney is restrained by the council, who are restrained by the voters, and you get to decide as a matter of policy which system you prefer. I will say that when you have elected city attorneys, there is more possibility of conflict between the city attorney and the city council than otherwise, because an appointed city attorney works for the city council, and if there's conflict there, the city attorney usually gets fired. So the question is, do you want a servant who's responsible to the council, or do you want a servant who is independent of the council and responsible to the people, and therefore capable of conflict with the council? These are policy choices. No right answer, I don't think.
Okay, thank you for that. If I may just continue for just a few more.
Floor is yours, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, Mr. Colantuno, the elected city attorney would be restrained by the voters, but also restrained by the law of ethics and the state bar requirements and everything else that would require that city attorney to have the utmost integrity in dealing with matters all legal as the representative of the city, right?
That's right, which means if the council gives direction to policy, the city attorney is required ethically to assist, whether he or she shares that policy view or not.
Okay. And thank you for that. And I think you mentioned, and I could be wrong, that there have been situations where a city had both an elected civil city attorney who handles municipal law matters and also had an elected criminal prosecutor city attorney that handles those things. Are you saying that has existed, that dichotomy? That's
Long Beach. That's your neighbor to the south.
Okay. If I may ask a question of our
Floor is yours, sir.
Mr. Wazanski, if the council would like the Charter Review Committee to consider as an option having an elected civil city attorney and a separately elected criminal prosecutor, would that be a referral to staff to agendize that for discussion by the city council, or would it be directly to the Charter Review Committee, if you know?
Well, thus far, the Charter Review Committee has responded to general policy suggestions from the City Council. That has been their charge, to review those different initiatives. To date, I don't believe that specific question has been raised. There is nothing that binds the council from limiting what they review. It would be the council that would need to direct that work from the Charter Review Committee.
Okay. And if we were to do that, and one vote on the council, it would be a referral to staff to agendize that for discussion by the council and maybe have it come up by wherever we have room.
Yeah, you would do a referral saying bring back an item to discuss the possibility of adding additional workload to the Charter Review Committee's scope, and we would bring back an item that would allow you to give that formal direction and carry out that action.
Okay, well, thank you. Last question very quickly, if I may, for the city attorney, Mike Webb. Would it, and this was part of the discussion earlier, would it create a conflict or other potential problem to have Mr. Colantuno provide policy input to the Charter Review Committee and also prepare the language of any charter amendment?
I'm not recommending that, and you can only hire to prevent forum shopping or opinion shopping. I'm recommending that we hire to do the one part that I can't do. I will say, based on your question, if they were to consider the Long Beach model and their pros and cons, but if both remained elected, I wouldn't have the conflict. I wouldn't be opposing that. I'm preserving the check and balance of the system. So if you separated the civil job from the criminal job, I wouldn't have a conflict. I may not view that as good as our system. In looking at it, it could be better, but I wouldn't be seeking to campaign against it. The clerk would still have to do the impartial analysis per statute. But so just for what it's worth, if the council shares that view, you may want to defer this because it may not be necessary. Now the Charter Review could say, no, we want to still go forward, and then we'd have to hire Mr. Colantuno or someone to do it.
Okay. And I don't know if that's something we could study further, the City of Long Beach model or not, but it seems like an option that may or may not be worth presenting to the Charter Review Committee. So, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for your indulgence and the little extra time you gave me. I really appreciate it.
All the time you want, sir. So just so you know, I'll fill you in a little bit. And
Please.
Mr. Colantuno, did you know that the Charter Review Committee has already had primary discussions on having a dual role, split role situation where the city attorney prosecution would be elected and then the appointed civil side? Mr. Colantuno?
Yes, the city manager mentioned that in his interview with me.
Perfect. So just so you know, Mr. Barron, in Culver City retains their right to do prosecution, and they also have an appointed city attorney. She's been there for nearly 30 years, over 30 years.
Just changed. She retired.
Yeah, she just retired, exactly.
And they don't do state prosecution. The DA does their prosecutions.
Yeah, they have the right to do it. They just don't do it. I asked her that very specifically when I talked to her about that.
You can have it, but they don't do it. There is no model anywhere that has an appointed city attorney and a separately elected city prosecutor.
I would like to beg to differ on that. Every single county in the state of California has an elected prosecutor, district attorney, and a civil county council, in-house counsel that is the tool for the supervisors to be able to effectuate their policies on the civil side, and then the district attorney side goes after, as we know, district attorney
It's a very
George Gascon.
effective tool to disagree with what I said and then change what I said.
But
I said there was not a single city. And then you talked about counties. There's not a single city that has an appointed city attorney and elected city prosecutor. And the vast majority don't prosecute state misdemeanors, just as they don't have elected city
My
attorneys.
point is this: we can retain that, just like other cities have, and we can farm it out to the DAs, which we don't want to do. We retain that ability. Mr. Colantuno, you talked about a few minutes ago staying in communication with the voters, right? Like, for instance, Michael Gates, city attorney for Huntington Beach. I was on a Zoom meeting with him the other day. Correct? They can go out there and speak to the residents.
Sure. In fact, if you expect them to get reelected, they probably need to.
Right. That's actually contrary to what our city attorney does, who does not speak directly to the residents, doesn't have community meetings. We have community meetings. It's fine. You don't have to.
See, that is totally, so I wish you would stop speaking on behalf of me or saying what that is contrary.
Let me finish.
I speak all the time. I won't answer legal questions because the client is the city, not the individual person.
I appreciate that. The problem is I've had many residents come down and ask questions. I also have asked questions. And the thing is, every elected official holds their own office so they can run their own office. They don't have to necessarily do what the council necessarily tells them to do. We've had that issue before. It's been an issue in the past in Redondo Beach with elected city attorneys. So the problem lies, and many will agree that when the policy of the council does not line up with the policy of the elected official in that department, they can do things to prevent that policy from moving forward. And there's a lot of things that the council needs to have, tools the council needs to have to move forward with. And I agree. I like the idea that the city that the Charter Committee talked about with having a dual role, so to speak. So, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, can I respond when you're done?
Okay, thanks. So I was interested in hearing everybody's opinion on this. I was really under the impression by reading this agenda item that we were going to look at the qualifications of Mr. Colantuno, which are impeccable if you look at it. I really didn't think we'd get into a policy debate about pros and cons of having elected versus appointed. I was going to leave that to the Charter Review Commission and committee, and for them to make recommendations and then bring it to the council, where we start debating whether or not it's going to be put before voters.
Yeah.
So my own opinion is he's a great candidate for this. I'd like to support him for it. And then if we get into policy debate, when the recommendations arrive from the Charter Review Committee, we can have the pros and cons work itself out and decide whether or not we put it before voters. But yeah, I think he's a great fit for this position, and I intend on supporting him. I just wanted to make that comment And I think, I'm ready to move forward, but.
Yeah, okay.
Move from public. I guess.
Councilmember Baji first, then we'll go to the public.
Sure, I just wanted to know if we could get, when we do have that policy discussion, if we could get like Judge Judy or somebody from divorce court to come and mediate between the mayor pro tem and the city attorney, because the conversation evolves quickly. But thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein, for steering us back on track on the agenda items.
Yeah.
I should have spoken before, Councilman Lowenstein.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
But in light of that, just given the understanding of what the role would be, then I will defer my comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the public, I don't have any orange cards here. Come on down. First come, first serve.
Georgette Gantner, District 3 or 2. Forgive me for not understanding the origin of how this happened, but first of all, okay, what did this, and I want to address this to you because you are the legal person. Did this happen because you were asked to put into English the 5 charter amendments that we just elected or we just voted on? Is that where the emanation of this?
Ma'am, hold on. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
I have my own answer, which I'm happy to give. But
can I not get your answer?
No, you can. Yeah, I prefer, since you have 3 minutes, give you questions out and we kind of go from there. Otherwise, it turns into a long conversation.
And I have several, and I want to make it as brief as possible.
Okay, so So
is that where it started from? Because
no, it's Charter Commission was set off with a resolution about in May, June, to look at all the positions and other charter updates. And this is one of the ideas that they came up with.
So they decided that the charter needed to be reviewed, and are you considering rewriting it?
Yes.
At some point? And
updating.
Why is that?
There's a lot of ambiguity in the charter for various things.
Did this have anything to do with Councilman Horvath's that interpretation of who was a resident?
It did not, but that's a great question we could bring up. Yeah.
Because there was some.
It's going to be something that they've addressed already, yes.
Okay. Okay, so the Charter Committee, so how were they appointed? They're not elected, so how
they were appointed one member of every city council member. The mayor got 2 appointments, and there's a backup appointment as well.
Okay, so that they meet when?
Once a month, end of the month, last Thursday of the month, and sometimes they do more than once. But right now they're once a month.
Is it possible for me to attend a meeting?
Absolutely, you can watch on YouTube. Watch all their videos on YouTube. You're welcome. And look at all their past agendas. And you can sign up on the updates, and they have an agenda set up, I believe, for the updates as well. End of the month, you'll see it on the agenda page on the city clerk.
On city clerk, okay. All right. I guess that probably appointed.
If I could just clarify, Ms. Gantner.
Sure.
There are a number of times when we have issues before the council and we're left wondering the true interpretation, just like a constitution, what's the true interpretation of some of the ordinances or some of the phrasing that's done in the charter? And so we saw a need to update it. It's been a long time since it's been updated and put before voters, and there's various things that we look at. I mean, one of the things we looked at is gender neutrality. It's a pretty non-controversial thing, but it was out of date. And so we look at a lot of things, right?
But this specific change was recommended by the majority of the council to the Charter Review Committee. It didn't emanate from the Charter Review Committee. This was sent as item, I think, number 1 from on a 3-2 vote of the city council is where it came from.
That's correct.
So we sent the position to the charter, to the charter committee, and they discussed whether or not, because this has been on the election before, whether or not how we want to go about updating charter for this particular position. So I want to make sure it's clear. Anything else?
No, I guess it's interesting to know that the charter review is meeting and I can listen to the meetings and then I'll.
Agendas and everything. Go on YouTube. See the past ones. The lively debate. November, October, I would recommend actually.
Thank you. So was the first one?
5-star.
Mayor Pro Tem and council and new council members. I'm Andrew Lesser. I'm a retired ER physician. I'm a neighborhood watch block captain. I'm the former chair of the Preservation Commission. So I've been a city commissioner. I've been involved in city politics. I couldn't convince city manager Paul Connolly to pursue getting the railroad right-of-way. Now we have storage units. So, you know, I kind of like to think that advice that I give usually is pretty good. I want to commend the council on the recent ballot updates to the charter. I think gender neutral makes a lot of sense. There, they, he, instead of all this he. The contract signing, the figures, you know, all needed to be brought up to date. So I commend the council on that. Now I'm going to take the gloves off because I'm ashamed of the council. Okay? What I feel is that pursuing a charter committee's recommendation, committee members who were appointed by the city council, for a proposal for a ballot measure to appoint the city attorney is unnecessary, inappropriate, and I see it as nothing more than a power grab. Not unlike Netanyahu's attempt to emasculate the judiciary of Israel. Not much difference, okay? Mike Webb's been the city attorney, but it could be any attorney who had been doing a good job, okay? He was elected more than once by the city residents. As city prosecutor, he pursued the gang injunction for Perry Park, which was lauded and praised at that ceremony by then Governor Pete Wilson, and I was there. As city attorney, Mike Webb established the homeless court and brought quality of life prosecutor to his department. His achievements, our elected city attorney has won the admiration of many other cities, and they have copied our works, his works, our city's works. So I don't know why you need to compare Redondo Beach to other cities as if they're doing something better than we are, because the track record has been Redondo Beach has been doing better than them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be copying us. Torrance, Pallet City, when it was at Manhattan Beach or Hermosa Beach, wants to participate in our homeless court, okay? Now, I've expressed my opinion on unpopular views before, and the council didn't follow my opinion. Heart of the City got approved, then the council pulled it because the citizens were gonna vote against it, and they knew it. Center Cal cost us $2 million. They voted, what, weeks or months before the ballot measure that was defeated, okay? So all of these things turn into an embarrassment for the council. And all I can say in the few seconds I have left is now you're going to spend money on a very competent attorney to word a ballot measure that will upset the checks and balances that have worked for this city for 130 years. And I will commit my resources to defeating this ballot measure if it comes to a vote of the residents, because I can promise you that this will be an embarrassment for any of you that have any political ambition beyond what you have right now, because this is a power grab. Citizens won't stand for it. You can smirk, you can call it anything you like. It's a power grab.
Thank you, sir. All right. Anyone else? We get the
More than. Usually should have a motion to extend.
yeah. We get the timer. Thank you.
Hi, members of the council, members of staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach, now a former member of the Charter Advisory Review Committee. Thank you for the appointment there, and I thought that there was a lot of good work that's done and continues to be there. I just want to elaborate a little bit on what the city attorney mentioned in some of our discussions at the meeting last Thursday night, specifically with regard to Mr. Colantuno and that interaction with the charter review and the gentleman who you're considering tonight to hire. Mr. Penzler did bring forward a number of different comparable cities. There was a lengthy discussion that was had at the time, and it seemed to be resolved that the Charter Review Committee was going to ask to review the charter language, that if this is what we want to have as legal services, and then not have a built-out discussion with regard to the iteration, modality, or variations, whatever you may call it, of how that ballot language would appear. That would be something that you as a council would discuss. The recommendation's been made to allow the voters to weigh in on this. It was brought to the council as part of the report. And now that that has been recommended, what would you like to have done? Here's the language. Mr. Webb is specific that in order to hire somebody, you could hire somebody only to do the legal work and look at the language itself. That if you wanted somebody to present information with regard to ancillary topics, how this would look, would it be an elected civil and an elected prosecution? Would it be an appointed civil and an elected prosecution? Would it be none of the above? Whatever that looks like, how you want to present it to the voters. At the last meeting, at least, it was determined, it hasn't been voted on, but it seemed to be that that would not be a discussion that would be forwarded to you. Only that we'd have Mr. Colatuno look at the language. Mr. Webb felt that was the right recommendation, and that if you wanted, and we were specific, and we had an exchange, Mr. Webb and I, during the meetings, if you wanted somebody to look at the modalities, the iterations, whatever you want to call it, somebody could come down here and volunteer their time for 3 minutes. You could have a consultant hired by the city attorney, if that was the will of the council, to help with that language. That would be a part of discussion to maybe have, but it would not be an attorney who would offer you the different variations of how that would look. Mr. Webb was insistent about that. So I agree with the part about the idea that the committee itself seemed to, at the last meeting, be heading towards the idea of, we want the gentleman hired to look at the language, help us with the language in that potential conflict, but not make reference to how it would look when presented to the voters, that would be up to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else want to come down? Anyone? Anyone on Zoom?
I have my hand up.
Yeah, 1 second. We can finish up. Thank you. I got you. Anyone else?
No one is raising their hand to speak.
All right.
There are 3 comments in opposition of the discussion item.
Okay. Thank you. Go for it.
So it seems like there is some difference in opinion for the scope of work that we're asking. Is that right?
Yeah.
So,
Yes, what's permissible and what's not, what the council would prefer, or some of the
Right,
council members would prefer.
okay. And then, so what he's proposing, or what's in this report here, is what you've communicated to him, and have you dictated what the scope is
But
for this? And
that will be, if the council gives direction, we'll return
With the
on-
contract,
on
that's where you'll make the
18th
final
with
decision.
With the scope in there.
Okay.
This tonight was about the selected firm, and we have indicated to Mr. Colatuno that it would be a narrow scope of work specific to drafting the ballot measure language. Ultimately, the scope of work is determined by the contract amendment itself, but as has been mentioned, there's conflict beyond any work outside of that.
Okay. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just if you could clarify and bring home for me the answer to the question of whether or not the Charter Review Committee has already or is in the process of looking at the option of having a separately elected civil municipal city attorney and a separately elected criminal prosecutor. Is that something?
They've talked about that. I've communicated with them on that. They're talking. So the recommendation from them came in as a report in November, at which time the determination was made, this is not going to be going to the March election. And it's going to be it went back to the commission, as well as some other topics, such as removing the school board from the charter itself in totality, because we're running their elections and paying for it. And so they're hitting on some other subjects, I believe, as well. So that's the length of discussion that we had.
So not to have our running daytime show, but the Charter Committee did not substantively discuss that item. It is a matter of fact, if you watch the meeting, was it the March meeting where I took took umbrage at what, or it may have been the council meeting where I think it was the council meeting where the chair and our new treasurer were reporting to the council and we're talking about different options. And one of them being we could separate out prosecution. And I pointed out that was a fleeting comment by then an alternate member. It wasn't ever a serious discussion, and they haven't had much more discussion of that. Just to be clear, and I've been at, I think, every meeting, though one night, I think I was doing the impartial analysis, and so I was back in my office watching via TV. So they haven't had a substantive discussion, and never of the elected civil and elected criminal, or county council for that matter.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, go for it. Your floor is yours.
So without getting into the merits of that option, because it's not agendized for tonight, would it make sense to make a referral to staff to agendize that for discussion? By the Charter Review Committee.
Could be brought at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, at the end of the meeting, not as part of this item, but under item.
They're already discussing it at good length
Item Q.
at the commission.
But you're welcome to bring that. As well.
Under item Q.
Okay.
So they're not discussing that specific option. So to say they are is just an inaccurate statement. So you can make that, but you would make it under Q as you would any other referral. And if the council doesn't want to send that specific option, then the majority of the council won't.
So just to be clear, so you understand, they have a long time to meet. This referral for hire an attorney was supposed to come back a long time ago, and it's now finally gotten to us. It's become, as you can see, very political and very, slowing it down and using different ideas of what can and can't they do. If you would watch the discussion at the Charter Review Commission, they've had a long discussion regarding being able to hire someone. They've had an attorney come down and give us 3 minutes. Rolf, the committee chair, Strutzenberg, actually went out and found an attorney, and he came down and spoke, I believe, for like 45 minutes on this particular subject. They've got time to talk about it, and the reason why Mr. Colantuno here is to talk about it is to remove ourselves from it, let them give them a tool to be able to discuss and understand what other cities around the state are doing so that we have a better working knowledge, because that was their first recommendation. We told them to go back and check it.
So you continue to misstate things, and I take, you said for political slowing it down. I wasn't in charge of this, and you task your city manager with so many urgent items, and we've had literally council meetings that have gone from 4:30 p.m. to 4:30 a.m. There is a reason why the city manager took time to interview all those firms, and it certainly wasn't political on his part, but your implication was that I slowed it down, and that is absolutely not true. So if you would stop making statements like that, we can debate the issues.
Point of order, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just so you know, point 30 talked about a dual role in the committee report. I just pulled it up right now. So we don't need to go any further on this.
I'd like to call this.
We need a motion first of all, so where we're going to go on this. So, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to hire Mr. Colantuno to assist the charter.
And what's the scope, and what do you want to include in the scope of work?
The recommendations. The recommendations of the Charter Review Committee, and to draft potential ballot measure language to be brought before the council for discussion at a period of, say, 2 months. Is that enough time?
At council in 2 months?
I don't know. Maybe it should be.
Mr. Colantuno, how can you have time?
It's June.
That's June's a while. We've been working on this for a while. It's 6 months, 7 months since we first started talking about it.
Drafting is easy. Achieving policy direction may take you some time.
Drafting is easy. There you go.
Okay, then I turn to the city manager and say, could we get it on the agenda within 1 month, let's say?
Well, first, we've got to bring back the contract amendment, which I think would probably be at your April 18th meeting by the time we get it executed and all of those things. And then Mr. Colantuno, I'm sure would immediately review whatever policy discussion that the committee has had and look at that specific recommendation from them and draft the appropriate ballot language, which would then be returned to you for consideration. I suspect it.
Can I just clarify specifically, they're going to have a meeting. If you have, and I'll be drafting the contract per the charter, and if you approve it on the 18th, the Charter Review Committee had set specifically their meeting in April to finalize the language. And that's what they're going on now. And as I said earlier, we'll then send that on to Mr. Colantuno to review that language as well as our charter to make certain there aren't any inadvertent consequences or other sections that need to be amended.
Okay,
so it's doable if he can, draft, if their direction is clear enough.
Yeah.
All right. Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
All right. Is there a second to that motion?
Yes, sorry, I didn't realize I was unmuted, but I'll second it with a friendly amendment.
Go for it.
That the scope include providing advice to the Charter Review Committee when the Charter Review Committee determines that the city attorney has disqualifying bias.
What was that? Disqualifying by?
Guidance.
Bias.
Oh,
Bias.
okay. I'd accept that amendment.
Just wanted to point out, nowhere in the charter does it allow the council to determine, nor let alone delegate to a committee that it set up, whether or not the city attorney has a disqualifying bias. So I will prepare it pursuant to what I am recommending to the council. If the council wants to go another way, it's going to set up a conflict as to whether or not it's in violation of the charter. And if you want to have that conflict sooner, you can. But the specific direction, which should be fairly easy, is the language from the charter review and to do what I had done with all the other charter amendments, and as well as to check other sections of the charter that may be implicated and need to be changed. You don't have the authority to grant the committee judge of whether or not the duly elected city attorney has disqualifying.
All right, here's the question. Can't we get him to come and be a political scientist, serve as a political scientist for this charter review committee?
What you can
as a
do
consultant,
is,
not as an attorney. He's not giving legal advice. He's providing policy advice from a political scientist standpoint as to what happens when you have somebody elected, appointed, etc.
Well,
we can hire him in that capacity, right? And lawyers permissibly can provide business or policy advice, right?
Okay, no. What you can hire is a non-lawyer, and I agree with the treasurer's comments, except I didn't say it would be hired by the city attorney, it would be hired by the city manager. So they can do what they've done already. They can have other attorneys come in and speak for 45 minutes, I think it was actually, may have been longer, and speak to the advantages. They can have all that. They can have a non-attorney, but the specific section of the charter is the council can hire other attorneys upon recommendation of the city attorney, and I'm not making that recommendation.
So we have to go through this all over
I
again.
have an idea. Maybe include that motion to direct Mr. Colantuno to include some of his verbiage. He obviously hears what's going on here, and we want to be able to give the tools to the committee. If he can maybe add to his contract, his version, what he believes would be would satisfy that as well. Would you guys be amendment to that, the motion maker?
Mr. Colantuno isn't the city attorney, so.
Yeah, but he's doing the contract, so he has to sign the contract.
we have to approve it. I'm telling you what I
City
will
council has to
recommend.
approve it.
What I have to recommend it.
So you can recommend it, but we don't have to take your recommendations.
You do if you want to hire an attorney.
We can hire an attorney, but we don't have to take your recommendation.
Yes,
Right.
read the charter.
So
Upon
we're
recommendation.
hiring this attorney, and we're getting this contract, and we're moving forward.
Okay, we'll set up a battle. If we have to, litigate that charter section, I'm
Right.
happy to do so.
Point
So
of
it's
order,
it's
there's
an
a motion,
unnecessary.
there's a
Rabaji.
second. Can we have a vote, please?
Yeah, Councilmember Baji, you have anything else to say?
No, just unless there's a substitute vote, I call for a vote.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Before we go further, has Mr. Colantuno been queried as to whether he would want a role above and beyond that of advising and preparing ballot measure language with respect to the Charter Review Committee's language? I know he's been very circumspect and at least appearing to want to take on a very limited role coming into this. I know he's kind of Sherman-esquely removed himself from consideration as being, if there were an appointed city attorney. So I don't know if it's prudent to find out. Maybe we already know whether he would even want to take that on.
I can't be effective for you if I get enmeshed in your policy debate. And I can't be effective for you if I am crossing swords with your city attorney, whom I respect. So my advice to you is accept Mr. Gates's proposal for the scope of my services.
Mr. Webb. Wrong elect city attorney.
Sorry, Mr. Webb.
Gotcha.
And I did not mean it by the comparison. So accept his and see how it goes. Because I think, as you found today, you've asked questions of me that have touched on the issues that you passionately disagree about. And I think I provided some input. So my advice is, this isn't the battle to pick if you want me to be effective for the city and for the commission. Now, I will say one thing that I'd like to have a further conversation with Mr. Gates about. And that is Mr. Webb, sorry, late, Mr. Webb about, and that is that the impartial analysis is an important legal document. And I believe it needs to be prepared with legal assistance. It has to be the city clerk's work in the sense that she's got to read it, she's got to like it, she's got to sign it. I signed nothing. But I think giving her legal support in drafting it is in her interest and in the city's interest. And that's a dialogue I'd like to have with your city attorney. But I don't think asking me to pay policy advisor or political scientist will be productive.
And I'm certainly open to that. I didn't want, since there are lots of things that can happen with an impartial analysis, and I didn't want, if I'm writing an argument against, to have any hand in.
So the impartial could be partial.
Yeah, well, it could be appear
to be, right.
Partial. But I think if the council is choosing Mr. Colantuno at the recommendation of the city manager, we certainly, at the clerk's request, could include in the scope for assistance in providing an impartial analysis. I don't have any problem with that.
I'm sure Eleanor
And the
would
reason I
appreciate
suggested is that these impartial analyses are frequently litigated. And if this ballot measure has the same level of intensity outside City Hall as it seems to have in City Hall, you should prepare for that lawsuit. And you should not leave the clerk to defend a lawsuit on a document that she could have had legal support in preparing but didn't. That's really just my advice.
Yeah, and I agree. And I was coming at it from the different point of view in that I have to approve the attorney, and if it's being litigated and there's an argument that, oh, well, you helped, approve the attorney that wrote the impartial analysis. But I think given this discussion, I think we could include it in there at the trigger of Ms. Manzano, and I'll talk with her between now and the 18th.
That all makes good sense to me.
Okay. All right. Is the motion clear? Councilmember Baji, you're muted.
So we're back to ballot measure language and possibly the impartial analysis.
Correct.
And advising the clerk.
And what?
Well, they're going to, it sounds like Mr. Colantuno is suggesting that he's going to be able to, I think, through the ballot language conversations, touch on the policy advice or questioning that the Charter Review Committee is likely to have. So it seems to me the ballot measure language is the scope of work that needs to be described here, with the potential for the clerk to also benefit from his advice in the event of drafting of an impartial analysis.
Ballot language measure being the actual charter change.
Yes.
Yes.
Should it be
Make
finished
sure we're all
in
clear.
May?
Yes.
Well, it's not going to be finished in May.
And obviously there isn't an impartial analysis in the event the council does not put it before the voters. So
Yeah, it's going to take time. Okay. You want to do all?
is that clear? I mean, that because you made the original motion, so.
Councilmember Lozey?
It's clear to me.
Member Baji?
Yes, I second that.
I just to have the motion clear, can you restate it? I think I have it, but I want
So it's to hire Mr. Colantuno to draft a potential ballot measure at the recommendation of the Charter Amendment Committee, and potentially provide impartial analysis, should it be needed, for a ballot. For the city clerk.
For the city clerk.
The city clerk.
Legal support. Because the city clerk has to do the impartial analysis. She can go to Mr. Colantuno.
Ask for his help.
The legal assistant.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense, and it's clear to me now as well, so
Okay, thank you. It's a little, we've gone back and forth, so thank you.
So we've taken out the advising the committee on the language. They're going to have the language and come present it, and then he'll be engaging at that point.
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Got it.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I was just going to say, it's a very weighty issue. I want to reserve judgment on this going forward, but certainly for tonight, I'm a yes on this motion.
Mr. Barron, just so you know, it's the committee itself has come up with these different ideas. They're going through it. We didn't go through all the individual charter amendments line by line. We look at it from perspective of 100,000 feet and go down, let them deal with the small stuff and come back, make a recommendations of whether this is going to go to the vote or not. I didn't necessarily vote for everything that's on the ballot. It's not whether you personally want it or not. It's about what the voters want and what the residents want. Right now, it's what the committee has done.
It's not committing you to a future
We're not
vote.
committing anything. We're making sure we give them the tools to succeed.
Thank you.
All right. So, yes.
Sorry. And
That's
to be
right.
clear, you don't need to give a recommendation with the motion that's on the floor now.
No. We voted on the motion, but no.
I don't think she has to vote. And what do you mean a recommendation?
You said that, or for you to hire another attorney, you need to make that recommendation.
I'm making that recommendation, which was staff with the city manager's original suggestion with the modification suggested by, and if I could think of another outside council name, last name for Michael, I would call Mr. Colantuno it.
Gates.
Yeah, Mr. Gates, as was suggested by Mr. Gates, that it would be expanded to provide assistance if desired, legal support regarding her doing the impartial analysis.
Got it. Okay.
All right. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kolarovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, aye as well. Okay, that rounds out that item. Thank you. Onwards.
We don't want to do a third vote?
Well, you can explain stuff in the middle.
All right, onwards to item, let's see, it's November. Let's see, N1, yes, N1. Mr. Harding, you are back up. Discussion possible action regarding improvements at Aviation Park and potential additional amenities for aviation. Whole kit and caboodle. This is a big report.
That's right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So a little bit of a two-part presentation for you tonight. You might remember that this is a strategic plan item, and we originally brought this to you back in May of 2022. And you asked us to look at both short-term and long-term improvements at Aviation Park. So I've split up the presentation between basically improvements that have already been done and potential improvements for the future. So we'll start with improvements with the gymnasium facility over at Aviation. The gymnasium has served the community since 1957. It includes basketball courts, volleyball courts, and practice areas for dance. As you can see from the slide, the last time it was painted was 25 years ago, so it is in need of attention and repairs. Our public works team did solicit bids for abatement of the paint, but those bids were rejected as a result of inconsistent pricing and a proposal from a company with no abatement experience. So Public Works will be soliciting another round of bids in the spring so we can move forward. So following abatement, we will continue on and move towards painting the gymnasium. That project will include replacement of the fascia boards, recoating of metal and piping, power washing of stucco and masonry, and painting of the lam beams. We estimate this to be about $132,000, and you've included $150,000 for this project as a part of this year's budget. So moving on to some of the concrete and patios that surround the gymnasium. We found that the general condition of the walkways was good, but some areas did need replacement. Our Public Works team was able to do some work out there in April of 2022. But recently we did find additional pairs were needed. And our Public Works team is working to get that on their work schedule for as soon as this summer. We estimate that cost to be around $35,000, and we'll wrap that into the Public Works operating budget. Another much needed project or improvement that we did was at the playground that is immediately adjacent to the gymnasium. The playground surfacing there was extremely worn and cracked, and in all honesty, probably not the safest for children to be playing on there. We were able to replace that surfacing earlier last year, and that was included as part of the 21-22 CIP budget. We were also able to replace Aviation Field. You are probably aware of this project. The turf was in extremely poor condition to the point where we weren't even running the full programming on there just because it was dangerous. Back in the fall of 2021, you authorized us to enter into negotiations with our longtime partners, South Bay Sports, who we've been partners with for, going on the better part of 2 decades, I believe. We successfully negotiated that contract, and as a part of that contract, South Bay Sports removed the old turf, installed new turf at their expense in exchange for use of the field at certain days and times during the week. That project was completed back in January of 2023, and we've heard nothing but good things and praise from the folks who use the field. So now moving on to future or potential projects at Aviation. You may remember back as part of the 21-22 budget cycle, you asked us to prepare a budget response report on the feasibility of constructing and operating a 50-meter pool in the area that you see there on the slide that's just adjacent to the gymnasium. In order to prepare that BRR, we consulted with 3 different entities: Mertha Pools, who buy and build aquatic centers really all over the nation; Hirsch and Associates, who's a landscape architect. They helped us prepare preliminary costs. And then we also consulted with the city of Torrance to kind of get a gauge on what they do for ongoing operations and maintenance of their plunge facility over there. I do want to note, as you see on the bullet points there, that the location was the site of a former aquatic facility. And also, I'll talk about a little bit later in the presentation, you had also considered this site as a potential spot for pickleball. So the construction of Aquatic Center would have three components, including site improvements, which would be earthwork, utilities, parking, landscaping, the actual construction of the outdoor multi-use swimming pool, and then a support building, which would include locker rooms, restrooms, and mechanical and chemical rooms. As I mentioned, we consulted with several different organizations and came up with estimated construction costs of about $13.3 million. And as you see from the bullet point there, that would not include costs of soil testing and potential removal of the old pool if that was necessary. And then we project annual operating costs would be just under about $1.4 million. And as we've seen with a lot of other municipal aquatic centers, it is very unlikely that we would recover operating costs through program generation. Usually aquatic facilities just are subsidized. Moving on towards pickleball courts, I mentioned that in that same area adjacent to the gymnasium, you asked us to look at that for pickleball courts. That was looked at as part of the pickleball feasibility study that was presented to you back in 2022. That area could potentially hold up to 6 pickleball courts. Installation, we project about $1.3 million to install the courts. You did consider this site when the pickleball feasibility study was presented to you, and you directed us instead to install 3 pickleball courts at Perry Park, 2 at Franklin Park, and 1 at Anderson Park. And we project all those courts to get installed hopefully by this July. Another pickleball site that you asked us to look into as part of the pickleball feasibility study was the parking lot just north of Aviation Field. That particular location could hold up to 8 pickleball courts. When we looked into the feasibility of this property, we found that it was privately owned. When we reached out to the owner expressed that they were not interested in selling the lot, nor were they interested in having the city utilize it for pickleball courts. So really that wraps up the presentation. Our recommendation is to receive and file a report on improvements. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions.
Yeah, and I might just add a couple of more comments. Thank you, Cameron, for providing that. Big thank you to Councilmember Lowenstein for pointing out some additional sidewalk deficiencies. As was mentioned by Cameron, those have been added to our workflow, and we'll get on those here shortly. And I want to let the full council know here, no formal decision needs to be made tonight as it pertains to utilization of any one of those properties specifically. You can certainly give direction for follow-up measures. You can give direction on budget response reports. You could give direction on potential fundraising efforts. But I don't want the council to feel like they're bogged down tonight in making the ultimate determination as to how that vacant lot has been used. As Cameron mentioned, pickleball and aquatics have both been debated there. There's a third facility option that has been brought forward by some of the members of our community as well in the form of a community garden. So there have been calls for a variety of uses at that location. And as is typical for Redondo Beach, we are short on property and high on demand. So these are always challenging prioritizations. But with that, we're here to answer any questions you have and try to facilitate any direction you might want to give.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. A lot of good stuff here. This is a lot of opportunity. You are not muted, sir. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Could you just go back real quickly to I missed the slide. I was out real quickly. Could you go to the slide that discussed the concrete pad? Oop.
Yeah, it's up.
All right.
I just want to display Cameron's Okay, so it's basically, this wasn't the area, and I brought it up to Mr. Wodzinski. It was the area that was actually where the doors led into the gym, the two doors that led into the gyms at the, I want to call it the front of the gym. It's not really the back. This looks like the back.
Southeast side, right?
Yeah, correct. So just wanted to make sure that we're aware of that. That needs to be prepared. Okay, so let me start off by saying this is my passion in terms of finding solutions to a number of things here. One of which is pickleball. I've spent a lot of time, maybe more than anybody on the council, reaching out not only to the school district, but also to a private individual who wants to build a pickleball facility in the South Bay, which would be really great. Either way, there's probably going to be, we haven't decided this yet, but fees attached to whatever usage is involved, even if it's a city or a private. But I want to let people know that I know people are very passionate about this. They're also passionate about aquatic centers. I think what we need to do is make sure we make the right decisions here and not, the convenient decisions. I think it's possible to do both things. One of the things that hasn't been discussed is when we were looking at skate park options and places to put one, we looked at Dominguez Park, and one of the reasons we decided not to do it there was because of the heavy weight of concrete. But we didn't talk about pickleball there, if I recall correctly, and I couldn't imagine it would require the same amount of weight. That is a possibility. You could have potentially more courts, the 8 or 10 courts there. It's one thing, and I'm sorry, I'm putting this on you since it's your first, and it's your district, but that's something we could study, perhaps.
And I think Cameron, you may want to weigh in this. Did our outside landscape architect, Hirsch, did they touch on that site as a potential location for pickleball? There may have been some additional concrete work that would have been necessary.
They did. That was a part of the feasibility study as well. And they did not recommend that site. I believe it had something to do with the soil or something. I'll have to go back and look at the report. Maybe
it had to do with the weight of concrete and the need for piling, since it's a former landfill, as everybody knows here.
Yeah.
So, but it would be interesting to see, because these courts are not made of concrete generally, they're made of asphalt, aren't they, generally speaking, or no?
Well, there's no question that there would be settlement and displacement that would have to be contemplated as part of the site prep work. My guess is the costs go up a little bit. Can it be managed? Certainly with some expense, but we can bring that feasibility study back if there's interest in revisiting that.
Okay. The other thing I want to say is this. Yesterday, the city manager and I had a discussion, an outreach to Hermosa Beach. And in the past, I've talked to Manhattan Beach. They've decided to go their own way on some of this. And what we decided to do is potentially explore the possibility of a joint parks district or facility. But I wanted to leave it to them to discuss it with their own council, potentially bring it back to us. Didn't want to get into a lot of detail about this, but a lot of these facilities, whether they are pickleball, aquatic center, anything, require operating costs like you saw. They require capital up front. I don't picture some of these being funded by the cities. It's a heavy lift. But what can be done is looking at a public-private partnership that has been done in other cities where you have 501c3s that are formed and donors that are very community-oriented will give, whether it's for pickleball courts or aquatic centers or whatever it might be. I'm really optimistic with the right amount of investigation that we could find good solutions to fund these things, including operating expenses. But the reason I brought this up is I really think that we should consider a subcommittee made up of a couple of individuals of the council to work with an additional city on investigating sites, cost sharing, recommendations for a public-private partnership. And there's other joint power organizations that might also be interested in funding this, So not to put pressure on any of these organizations or cities, but I really want us to look at that. This is long-term planning. These are things that are going to be there for decades. I want to make sure that we take care of the needs of our community. There's a lot of people who are very passionate about pickleball. There's a lot of people that are frustrated that we don't have a private aquatic area for kids. They have to pay for private lessons at private places that are very expensive. I'm very passionate about both of these things. I played pickleball. I was a swimmer. I hope we can maybe consider looking at that. And that's all I'd like to say. I'd like to hear from what the rest of the council would like to say.
Okay. I'll just say real quick, I wish we had a ribbon cutting ceremony for that field. I was watching them fix it, going through the whole process. I was there a few times, and then I forgot about it, and I saw those beautiful pictures. That's good money that was spent up there on that project. It was a huge project. It really needed it badly. I wish we had a ribbon cutting ceremony and really, let the public know what we did up there, because it was a big ask. It was a big contract, and private-public partnership.
Right.
And I'll
Just to say we still couldn't,
yeah,
we had users beating down the door to get back out on the field, so.
Likely would have been rained on anyway.
Yeah, true. Could have been a wet show.
And the last thing I'll say regarding the old pool that was there, as part of the old South Bay
Aviation High School,
South Bay School District High School District, and they filled that thing in with dirt, I believe. So underneath there is a.
That's the suspicion.
Suspicion.
No one's done a borings test to determine that definitively, and we don't know exactly what was covered. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just at the top, a procedural question. Is this item N1 an item for which we are to disclose ex parte communications? And if so,
ex parte is only for public hearings.
Okay. And that would have, okay, so that's L1 for tonight.
Yep.
Thank you.
Well, sir.
Community Services Director, Cameron Harding.
But the public always loves hearing about who you're talking to about these things. So. Transparency is always great. Mr. Harding.
Sure. Any idea what could be the additional cost to remediate and remove an existing legacy swimming pool structure that could be on this site? Do we have any idea, any range as to cost to take that out, assuming it would have to be taken out for a new aquatic center?
We don't at this point. We didn't ask our landscape architect to look at that. We just asked for construction costs. So at this point, no, but it's certainly something we could dive into if you want us to.
Perhaps, yeah, at least some order of magnitude as to what that may be.
Yeah, that's a budget response report we could definitely provide if you're curious. I think order of magnitude is in the hundreds of thousands, potentially to low seven figures, depending on what the nature of the original structure is. If there's any sort of remediation requirement, the number gets closer to seven figures. If it's simply dig it out, destroy it, and haul it away, it's probably in the low hundreds of thousands. Okay. I don't know, Ted, Mike, you guys, any comments on that? Huh? Range of cost, low hundreds of thousands to potentially seven figures, depending on the structure of the pool in the soil at Aviation High. Yeah, it's not cheap.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, when is the appropriate time to submit a budget response request?
It's best to do it at the end of the meeting.
Under referrals.
Under referrals of staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cameron, did I understand you correctly that there is a pickleball court to be installed at Anderson Park?
Yeah, I believe it's 3 at Perry, 2 at Franklin, and 1 at Anderson.
And to be clear, to be striped on existing concrete pads, not to be installed new. Right. Not a new dedicated facility. This would be shared space that would be striped in for pickleball purposes.
All right. And the location of that, is it the tennis court? Is it the basketball court? Is it somewhere else, if you recall?
Basketball courts.
Basketball court.
Yep. So they would be multi-use.
Okay. Would that be the entire basketball court or the southern portion of it?
I believe at Perry.
Anderson.
At Anderson?
Yeah.
I believe it would be the entire court because it would have to remain multi-use.
Mm-hmm. And how would the division of time be allocated between?
The pickleball players are actually playing out there now at all 3 locations, and they've worked with the basketball community to kind of come to an agreement. We can certainly put out signage and determine that, but they've kind of worked together to stay out of each other's way, and I think that's our intention at the beginning of it. If it does become a problem, we can certainly post signage up there, but enforcement is always going to be an issue for us if there is any sort of controversy.
So I think the short answer there is it's first come, first serve right now. And it sounds like it's been congenial. At some point, when there's high demand and limited supply, we typically have to move towards some formal permit process that usually encumbers staff time and, as Cameron mentioned, additional enforcement action. So we're in a bit of a trial mode right now with the striping in these new courts.
And if I may add,
Please,
real quickly,
please.
that is being done at the high school. People are actually putting in tape and putting up temporary nets. And there's a real demand for it in the area. We all know that. I know that Manhattan Beach Middle School, I believe, did that as well too. They restriped some of their, and I reached out to the school district. There's an interest from the school district. That's what I'm saying. You know, if we rush into it and say, we need to put it here without going through every option, but not taking a really long time to do this, right? This is taking a long time already to go through this, but some of these things need to be fleshed out. We have opportunities here that could be really good. And I think there's some minimal interest, maybe even from the school district, because that would go a lot faster than, say, constructing. We all know how long our capital improvement projects cost. We have 117 of them, so.
Yeah, we could potentially partner with the district to convert some of their courts.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And just the last question, at least for now, Cameron, could you take us back to the image of the courts that are the parking lot that is north of Aviation Track, which appears, I think, on page 426 of the agenda packet? There it is.
Yeah.
This is privately owned property?
That's correct.
Currently leased to whom, if you know?
I don't know the name. We actually worked through Northrop Grumman, and we have a contact at Northrop, and they contacted the private the owner, and then got back to us.
Do you think a more rigorous direct communication, if we're able to do it with the owner of that property, may yield fruit? There may be some marginal benefit to that.
It could, especially if we've identified resources for possible either direct leasing or acquisition. I believe it's currently under Northrop's control. Abby is who Cameron was referring to, put us, inquired on our behalf with the owner. They've been a little cagey about who the owner is currently. I'm sure we can find that out. But with resources, perhaps we could have a different conversation.
All right. And especially, if we're able to utilize that in any way, even on a temporary trial basis, and we could return it to its original condition if possible at the end, or even in a better condition, could be a win-win-win. So is that something we would need to do a budget response report on, or?
It's part of the.
We potentially, or it was something we discussed with feasibility, but more poignantly, if there's an interest on the council for us to try to make additional outreach to the ownership group, it might require a few of us to make that contact. It's certainly something a regional group or subcommittee that's studying this could make as a priority item.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Councilmember Kalarovich.
So you mentioned there's annual income generated from the pool or the aquatic center that would be there, but it wouldn't generate any income for us. It would be a cost to us, right?
Typically, municipal aquatic centers don't recover costs. They're typically subsidized. So that was our analysis when we talked to the city of Torrance about their plunge facility.
Right. But it should be known, there is cost recovery, just not full cost recovery.
Full,
yeah,
right,
I mean, the utilities are expensive, but all of us who have had ourselves or family members participate in swim programs know how expensive pool time is, and there is a revenue stream for some cost recovery.
And then if there were to be pickleball on the grassy area there where the pool aquatic center was, would we have to remediate the pool that was existing there? We could just put the pads right on top.
Probably not. We wouldn't, to answer your question, we would not probably have to remediate the pool. We could likely put the pads on top. But I would qualify that with saying before we installed anything like that, we would certainly do a soils test to determine how much excavation would be required, what the condition is. We would have compaction rates and other things to look at before determining exactly the depth of base work.
And then just the last point I want to make is that me and my family are big swimmers. And, we've got El Segundo Pool, that is a 50-meter pool. We've got Torrance Aquatic Center, that's 50-meter pool. We never find a shortage of pools around to swim at. There is a cost to it, of course, but I think we're really lucky where we live, and we've got a ton of pools. And I just want to make a note that I have several. We all hear about pickleball, so we're hearing you loud. That's it.
Thank you. I'll just add to that, I've been a lifelong swimmer myself as well, and I'm working with our city manager on getting maybe a water polo tournament in the harbor.
Look forward to it.
That'd be fun. Just like they do in the Mediterranean.
They do.
As you know.
Yep.
That'd be lots of fun. All right. So without further ado, the public, come on down. I don't have any cards here, so come on
just
down.
ignore the council member on Zoom.
Sorry, I can't. Councilmember Rabaji, I didn't see you.
Would you like me to bring it to your attention when he has?
Yes,
his hand?
please. I can't see him. Sorry about that, Councilmember Rabaji. I can't see you.
All good. All right. It's all good. So do we know the value of this property by chance, by the way? And no, I'm not trying to sell it. I just want to know for purposes of attaining financing.
It's, Cameron, help me, it's roughly an acre? What's the size of this site?
Of which site are we talking?
I think you're talking about the dirt lot, Councilman?
Yeah, the dirt lot, yeah.
I believe it's just, right around an acre, I believe.
Yeah.
Do we know the value? Sorry, that's like, what
Of course,
it
the
would sell
values,
for on
the
the
values,
market, what a bank would value it at.
Yeah, of course, it's zoned for park and recreational facilities, which we would have to do a formal appraisal, but, a bank probably appraises it at a couple $1 million.
Okay.
Given its current use.
Right, I just wonder if we could, take out a loan secured by the property to build a pool or combined with any sort of donations we might get. So that's all. And I'm not in a rush to do anything right now, especially because all those pickleball courts have not come online yet. And so I'd like to see once they do come online, what ends up being the demand for more pickleball courts, if any, at that time, or whether the demand is satiated. So it's kind of frustrating that we haven't got those pickleball courts online yet, seeing as we appropriated the money for that quite a while back. And
I think they are.
July. I don't think Perry Park's been restriped yet.
I know council approved the contract, I think maybe last month.
Last meeting.
Yeah, so hopefully soon.
The contractor we're working with is extremely backed up because of the weather. So we, as soon as the agreement was approved, we tried to get on their schedule, and because of all the foul weather, we weren't able to get on their schedule until July. So.
All right, so maybe I'd just like to see this item come back to us with some regularity, maybe like at the 9-month mark, every 9 months, just so we keep it on our radar. Because sitting there, it's very rare that we have empty open space in Redondo Beach, and then to do nothing with it seems like a waste. Of course, to jump ahead with a project that's not funded or is not going to get constructed is going to tie up money that we could use to fund, our employees to get a median salary. Is not a good idea either. So can we just make sure that this stays on our radar and on our agenda?
We could certainly do that. This might have been our fourth conversation on this item, probably the last 16 months.
That. Absolutely. I recognize that. So maybe,
would you like to keep this frequency, or would you like to?
Yeah, I'd say 9 months from now would be a good time to check in, or maybe 12. I don't know. I'd listen to what the other council members want to do. And as for the subcommittee, I'm totally good with that. Councilmember Lowenstein, are you volunteering to be on the subcommittee?
Yeah, I would. I would love to do it, partially because my district, maybe long-term, may have an opportunity, depending on what happens to various parts of the city for open space. And I was thinking perhaps Mr. Barrett, since that's Aviation Park is in his district, but that would be up to Mr. Barrett if he's open to it, so. I don't want to volunteer you.
That sounds good to me, but no, and I do appreciate all the work that you have done. I've heard that you've been working
Thank you.
Folks, both on the pool and pickleball and the like, so thanks for doing that. But that's all. Those are my thoughts.
All right, thank you. Members of the public, first up. Who's going to, first one?
Hi, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. We represent residents of Redondo Beach from all 5 of your districts. So you know we're passionate about pickleball. We play it daily. You know all the reasons why, our exercise, our community interaction. We have 4 pages of all the places that we go to and that where we give our money every day. Been to 3 of them today, 2 more tomorrow, and our money is going to the other cities and everything. None of these cities, you know, whether they transformed a tennis court into 4 pickleball courts or they built them or whatever, none of them needed petitions or people talking to city council or anything. The cities recognized and the recreation departments recognized what their constituents wanted and what they needed, and they moved ahead with it and everything. So we're really, you've heard from us before and you'll keep hearing from us. We hope it's monthly that it comes back, not 9 months. The temporary situation that's set up at Perry and Franklin and Anderson, those are not, as you indicated, dedicated pickleball courts. Those are striped, they're shared, there's no fences. They're not enclosed and there's no permanent nets there and everything. So it's really not a solution that's been done at all as far as dedicated pickleball courts. So we implore you to get in the game and let us stay in Redondo to play and pay. So just want to hear from us.
Can I ask a question?
You may.
Can I just ask a question about,
Ma'am?
can I ask you a question about the fees that you pay? What kind of fees do you
Come on
pay?
up, back to the podium.
I can speak for myself, but we have it all down here. Let's see, you want this spreadsheet here? Let's see. If you go to the middle school and the middle school that has dedicated courts and everything, it's right now it's free. Manhattan Beach is $5 for drop-in play. El Segundo, you pay as a resident, you pay $10 an hour for a court. As a out of city resident, you pay $15 an hour for a court. What else? I joined West End Tennis Club, who turned one of their tennis courts into 4 pickleball courts. And so you're paying monthly membership there at the club. Any other costs? Nothing's more on a drop-in than $5 per person playing and everything. And it's constantly used 24 hours a day. The courts that are lighted, people are there till 9 o'clock at night at El Segundo. Clinics that are being run, tournaments that are being run. I pay for a Tuesday morning clinic and everything. It's $135 for 8 weeks, you know, for 2 hours. So we would recoup your costs right away.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Sorry.
That's good, thanks.
Hi, Sue Gallagher, District 1. I'm 64 years old. This is my retirement. I did not like golf. I was supposed to sit on a beach and read a book. I discovered pickleball 5 years ago, play it constantly. The numbers I see, 13 million and then a million. I appreciate what you say about how many pools there are. And my friend said actually Redondo Beach High has a pool too. Yes. I don't have children here, so I don't know. I play in Manhattan Beach. I'm paying $10 a month, so $30 every 3 months. With the resident, non-resident, there's different prices. We go to El Segundo, we pay money there. We go to Naples, Florida, we pay money there. I see New York City's putting in courts, they're talking about charging there. You will definitely recoup your less than $1 million or even more than what you're planning on putting with the pool. I mean, it is like the biggest growing sport in America. Tennis is getting knocked out. So you'll definitely have people playing.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up.
I'm stiff from playing pickleball. My name is Kelly Maeda. I live in District 5. I have a vested interest in pickleball. A year ago, I got certified to be an instructor in pickleball, and I can't keep up with the beginners who want to learn. So I think that's really exciting. My family loves pickleball. I have an 88-year-old mother who plays. It gets her out of the house and keeps her young. I play, my adult sons play, and when I go visit my 1- and 2-year-old grandsons, the first thing they do is pick up a pickleball paddle and show me their forehand and their backhand and their overhead. So back in the 70s, I went to Aviation High School, and just just south of the aviation track, there were tennis courts. And I don't remember, they tore them out and built the parking lot, right? So I don't remember a promise to rebuild the pool. I'm sorry, but I do remember a promise to rebuild those tennis courts. So maybe now here's our chance to rebuild those courts, but maybe now they're going to be pickleball courts. So, and I think also if you just weigh the cost of building and maintenance fees of a pool versus some pickleball courts, dedicated pickleball courts is what I'm talking about, not just lining and then sharing, because we are already playing in those places that are being striped, and we still need more. So anyway, those are my little thoughts. Thank goodness I didn't have to talk about the lawyer stuff. Thank you.
I just want to clarify if it might be okay. I've heard numerous people that when the aviation high school closed down, that they were promised to actually rebuild a pool there. I just want to clarify that. A number of people have come up to me and said, I was here in 1981 and the council never followed through on their promise on that. Well, if I might add one other thing, and that is, again, I'm a big fan of pickleball. I think it's great. One of the things that we've not discussed here is on that lot is the effect it has on our neighborhood.
Hold on. Let's finish up public comment first before we go on. You can put your hand on.
All right, go ahead. That's fine.
All right. Anyone else, member of the public, want to come down and speak? Come on down.
Good evening, City Council, City Staff. Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater and proud member of the King Harbor Public Amenities Working Group. Clearly, there is strong desires in the community for both the swimming pool and the pickleball courts. Obviously, we got a great group here to represent the pickleball folks. But boy, I can tell you at our last Harbor Amenities meeting, we happened to attract a bunch of swimmers, and they were just as passionate as the pickleball people. And I got good friends doing both. So I agree with Councilman Lowenstein. We got to figure out how to do both. The real question is simply, what is the highest and best use for this particular site? Now, this question necessarily relates back to the Harbor Amenities Plan and the reuse of the Seaside Lagoon area. There was a suggestion to consider a lap pool in that area. I can tell you that harbor users thought that was illogical, and that's using the polite word. They said that this made no sense to them why we would put a swimming pool under the cool marine layer when if you go even a short distance inland, it gets much warmer. I fielded some cool suggestions about use of that property for wave pools, both for pools for toddlers where they just kind of get knocked on their butts, so they, hopefully next year go down and use the real live beach with their folks. And the other one was for a surf training standing wave pool, because we don't have consistent trainable waves here in the beach cities, but a facility like that, 365 days a year, we could train people, get them out using the real coastline. The current lagoon has been critiqued over the years that we bring inland visitors out, they splash around in warm, calm water, and they go home, never transitioning into use of the real coast. So I really like those wave pool ideas. The prior pickleball discussions identified 8 potential locations, and as noted, council approved 3 of those for restriping. I think the cost discussions should not be pool versus pickleball. We need both. So the real question is, because anywhere you put a pool, it's going to be more expensive than pickleball. So the real question is, if a pool's desired, where's the best location? And regarding cost, the pool in the harbor could likely intrude down into the water table, and so that could be significantly more expensive there. The Harbor Commission specifically made note of that potential unique cost. So I recommend adding any desired pickleball courts in any of the other 7 identified locations or more that we find, and preserve the aviation park site for what I think is the highest and best use of a lap pool. Thank you so much.
All right, come on up.
Excuse me. Hi, my name's John, and I lived in Redondo Beach for about 25 years now. And, I think it's a you know, an aquatic center is a good idea, but let me ask you this. Is this going to be a 50-meter pool?
To us.
Oh, okay. So you know the specs of the pool. Is it going to be a 50-meter pool with a bulkhead, a diving well, or is it just going to be a pool?
The specs say 50 by 25.
Okay, so what
50
I'm
meter,
getting
25
at
yards.
is are you going to, you're talking about an aquatic center. You know, is this going to be, like I said, with a diving well, a 25-meter pool and a 50-meter pool?
No.
So you're just building a pool, basically. Okay. And the money you're putting out is what?
We're not putting out any money. We're just discussing, we're not doing anything. We're just discussing options and reports and going on to there, yeah.
All right. So really my point is that facility, you got to dig that thing out. You can't just build over it. Okay. So there was a reason why they put that in the ground in the first place. Okay. So my point is that to build this pool here, pull it out, and basically you just had a little kiddie's pool. You know, that doesn't make sense where you could build the pickleball courts there and, you know, you would be getting revenue. It basically would put this place on the map because they're doing a lot of tours now. The PPA, every week, I should say, there's different tournaments. And Redondo Beach is right in that group because they love to play out here. So all I'm saying is if you look at the difference, the price of that pool to bring it out, probably that pool's in the ground as long as you've been alive. So the point is, like I said, the pool versus the pickleball. If you're going to do a pool and it's going to be aquatic center, make it an aquatic center. But you're talking a lot of money. And if you want a pickleball court where you're making people happy and you're making money out of it, because you don't make money with a pool, believe me. So that's my point. You'll make money with pickleball, you make a lot of people happy, and you'll make your tennis friends happy too, because we won't beat in Alta Vista. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Like you. All right. Anyone else want to come down and speak? Any members of Zoom want to come down and speak?
No one is raising their hand. However, Councilmember Obaji has his hand up.
Oh, Councilmember Baji. Thank you.
No, sorry, it's still up.
Okay. My comment on the pool idea, you know, I would love to have another pool. I swam literally my entire life. I still swim. It's just still what I do. Having a pool and teaching kids to swim has a phenomenal amount of opportunities across the board, from not just swimming and playing water polo, but aquatic sports that include, what's the term I'm looking for? No weight bearing activity in the water. Diving, teaching kids to swim. I mean, there's a whole slew of opportunities there for pools. You will find some of the best pools in LA County in inner city areas. Southgate is one. And the reason why is because they made a real big movement for pools in those areas to teach kids to swim because they know how important that is. With that said, you know, Beach City's health district should be the one really moving this idea forward. All the different cities, the AES sites location that I would look at. But to your point, about costs on the pools, I agree with you. I don't think that we should have this report come back every couple months, but I do think that we should have a good quality, serious discussion on what we do with this land. Pickleball is definitely is something we should think about there at that location, see what the funding is. And I just want to make sure you guys all know pickleball people that, you know, a lot of people have come here and made promises and said things, and it's been a year since we've put it in the budget. We still don't have the striping yet. So I want to take these first steps moving forward, since we need allocation, moving us forward and getting it moving forward, and then building off of that success. So whether it's going to be at this location or somewhere else, I think you can definitely say there's going to be more locations. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, Mr. Harding, could you put the slide back up of the land that we've been talking about behind the gym? Okay. Okay, at the top in the middle of that slide is a building like this. That is the daycare center for Northrop Grumman. I bring up Northrop Grumman for this. They are not only the largest employer in our city, they generate a huge tax base for our city. What we have not discussed either here or in a subcommittee is their thoughts on a pool there or pickleball. And they have a lot of, I'd say, I don't want to say influence, but they have, their opinion is very valued in the city. And one of the reasons why I wanted to form a subcommittee is approach them or approach other cities or look at the possibilities of putting pickleball there or pool or not. And that's why I wanted to propose a subcommittee to look at those options, how long it would take. Also, as Mr. Barron had mentioned, which is a great idea, having a subcommittee approach the property owner of that lot, which we did a cost analysis on about a year ago, if I'm not mistaken. And it was about 1.4 million. That was before inflation. To approach that person so that if they were amenable to it, we could construct there and quickly. Although quickly in capital improvement timelines is not, you know, maybe it's a misnomer because we have so many things going on. So that's why I really would like us to consider a subcommittee on this, also to get input from the community, what their appetite is for one, both, or one or both, or none, and see where they're at. I don't want to drag this out, though. I want to get stuff done. I've got 2 years left on the council, and I want to push this forward faster. I don't want to bring it back in 9 months. I want to bring it back in 5 or 6 months, if possible, so we get some action going, because I know people are itching right now for both activities and others. So I would, if possible, I'd like to make a motion to form a subcommittee, potentially to reach out to look at options for this, and also to reach out to other organizations, whether it's the Beach Cities Health District, City of Hermosa Beach, even other cities, to push this forward and to move things on this. And then we'll look at funding options.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to make a friendly amendment to that. I would like to have you also include the current pool that you currently have called the Seaside Lagoon in your district, to have that included. And because we already have $10 million worth of funding, or 10 million funding for the Seaside Lagoon, and so that needs to be converted back to a freshwater pool, not a saltwater lagoon pool with chlorine and then dechlorinated. So I would like to have you work on that as well, because I think that's a faster opportunity for that pool and pool specs. Councilmember Baji, did you have any comments?
No, I was just going to say, do we want to specify who's going to be on the subcommittee? Is there any other volunteer besides Councilmember Lowenstein?
I'll volunteer.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember, City Manager Wazansky, did you have something to say?
No, I wanted to point out, we had our first kickoff meeting with Nuvis, who is the firm that we've hired to design Seaside Lagoon. There's been a lot of work on the public amenities plan to discuss various options and recreational amenities within the lagoon. Nuvis will be synthesizing that material. So I think as long as the subcommittee is aware of what's happening there and understanding, I think to your point, understanding what is possible within that facility, because I think that does affect, perhaps prioritization of a second pool, depending on whether or not we could build that. It's certainly a relevant factor.
And it may even open up that area behind aviation.
It could, and I just want to make sure, though, that everybody understands the lagoon is actively moving down a path, right?
Absolutely.
And we've invested, what is a $3 million contract for design. So, that's a big priority right now.
All right, I don't see any hands up. No one from the public. All right, all in favor? Hold on, one more. There you go. Thank you for raising. That's why I asked.
And there are no e-comments, by the way, for the record.
No e-comments. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that at Franklin Park, which is where the neighborhood I live in, the neighbors do not want the pickleball courts there. They've expressed that. So I think when they see this happening, the city going in there and putting lines in, I think you're going to have some phone calls, because it's not wanted. Also at Perry Park, basketball has priority. There's certain times of the year they have leagues they have priority. So we have to, if they're playing, we can't play. Or if we're playing, we have to let them play during those times. So pickleball, we don't really have any place where it's just pickleball. And once the sun goes down, there's no pickleball in Redondo Beach, period, even if on those couple courts that are going to be striped.
Yeah.
So that's just wanted
May
to
I ask
mention
you a
that.
question?
Sure.
On Franklin Park issue, I've driven by there many times, quite recently actually, and I see people playing there all the time.
Yeah, we play there. I think maybe illegally, I don't know.
No,
We do
there's
play
not
there.
illegal at all.
Okay. We do play there, but I've had neighbors there when I'm playing there say they know it's temporary. They think it's temporary. They don't like it. They don't like the sound. They don't like the noise of the ball. And the houses are pretty close around there. So, I mean, we'll see. Hopefully it'll fly, but I think there may
Are
be
you
some
louder
issues.
than construction noise?
What?
Are you louder than construction noise?
No.
Bulldozers
Or the
and
train.
hammer? All right. I knew the answer to that.
Yeah.
I know. I think it'd be fine for a while.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's hope so.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone other comments or Zoom comments before we move on? And take a vote.
No Zoom comments.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. All right. Onwards. Item N.
I'm an aye vote, by the way, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That's all
said
good.
aye.
I was registering my vote late. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you. Unanimous. All right. Item N2. Discussion possible action improvements of the city special event and facilities reservation process. Mr. Harding, thank you very much for giving me a call today. I had no follow-ups on that. I really appreciate when staff reaches out proactively. It makes my life a ton easier. So thank you, sir. And this is something that as you correctly identified, is very near and dear to me to get these special events moving forward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. This, similar to the previous presentation, this was also a strategic plan item. And we'll be talking about both the status of improvements to our special event process as well as our facility reservation process. So we'll start with special events. As you probably are aware, the Community Services Department oversees the administrative review and coordination of several of the events through the city. And just a couple of examples include the Super Bowl 10K, Riviera Village Summerfest, and King Harbor Halloween Trick or Treat or Stroll. So our typical process in processing these special events is that the event sponsor will submit an application to our department. We'll review that application and make sure that all the documents are included and ensure the application package is comprehensive. At that point, once we have all the documents that we need, we'll assemble our special event team, which includes representatives from several departments, including Public Works, Community Development, Waterfront, and of course, our public safety partners. And then we'll schedule a planning meeting with the special event team and the event sponsor to discuss the event logistics. And at that meeting, what we have really strived to do is come up with a solid cost estimate for the sponsors. That's one of the things we've really heard and tried to make an improvement on is instead of just hitting them with the bill after the event, really being proactive about giving them a good solid cost estimate so they know what's coming to them before the event. So in addition to the cost estimates, we've also tried to make sure that we have one collective invoice for most of the permitting fees. So in the past, the sponsors were having to go to all the different departments and pay separately for their permitting fees. So what we're trying to do now is consolidate that into one invoice, so they just have to pay the city one check instead of several checks.
May I interrupt?
Yep.
Thank you.
Another improvement that we've made was, and it's really on the public safety, more specifically the police side of things, is that they've been very, very good about working with the sponsors, primarily the run event sponsors. So like the 10Ks that we do, whether it's the Super Bowl 10K, the LAK run, or the LA Kings run, things like that, to utilize private security and volunteers. So for example, for the Super Bowl 10K, that has several different intersections. And if we're using regular police staff on all of those intersections, a lot of those police staff were on overtime. That runs the bill up significantly. So Chief Hoffman has worked hard with the event sponsors and made sure we shrunk down some of the courses, or not shrunk down, but what am I looking for?
More efficient.
Yeah, we've made the courses more efficient. And like I said, we've utilized volunteers and private security. And for example, the Super Bowl 10K bill in 2022 was just right around $57,000. We were able to shrink that down to $14,000 in 2023. Pretty much with that change alone.
What was the first number again?
$57,000. So we were able to shrink that all the way down to $14,000.
Now, out of fairness, that's the bill to city costs. They supplemented with private security, so they may have had other private expenses that would have added to that. But yes, we were able to be far more effective and efficient with the revised course. And Steve Springle's here and has some of this data as well if you're really interested in it. But police departments worked hard to be a good partner with these providers to make sure the event course stays safe and secure, but also recognizing there are alternative ways to maintain safety without requiring a uniform officer to guard an intersection.
Our budget motion last year included $10,000 for, did that include the part of the 23,
So what
or is
we
that
do,
23 minus 10?
Exactly. So what we do when we consolidate that one invoice is it's line item by line item. So you'll have costs shown for police, public works, community development, and then at the very end, we'll show the city subsidy, and it'll just minus that off.
So the bill was really, the true cost was more like 24, or what did you say?
Yep, 14.
Yeah, 24 versus 57. That the net cost to the chamber being 14.
So areas that we'll continue to look to improve upon is the actual application itself. We've heard from some of the event sponsors that it's a little bit cumbersome, so we want to work directly with them to make it maybe more concise and more efficient. And then we're also, with some of what we've called in the past our signature events that we're confident that the council is going to want to implement from year to year, we're going to work with those sponsors on a application submittal deadline. So we're not rushing at the last minute to get permits in, and police isn't scrambling to put people on overtime and things like that. So to make sure that we have plenty of time to plan for these events.
And that goes for our own events as well. You've noticed the last year and a half, as we've started to plan for our 4th of July activities, we're bringing that item to you in the fall, early winter. So we're getting early direction, and we're not making, decisions in April and May when we've got 6 weeks to procure pyrotechnics and barges. So I think we're trying to pull the calendar forward for all events, whether they're ours or provided by sponsors and applicants.
Excuse me. So moving on to our facility reservation. You're probably aware, again, the Community Services Department oversees the facility rentals of several different locations, including Seaside Lagoon, our senior centers, the teen center, the aviation facilities that we just discussed, Wilderness Park, and of course, the Performing Arts Center. So the big improvement that we've made in this area is to web-based software, which will allow our customers, residents and customers, to make these reservations online. Previously, they either had to come into the community services office and do it in person, pen to paper, or do it over the phone. So we've worked very hard over the past couple months to implement this new software. We actually just kicked off Alta Vista Community Center today. So now both for tennis courts and facility reservations, you're able to make those reservations online. I believe the next area we're looking at getting up to speed there is aviation facilities, and then we'll move on to all the other facilities after that. But we're very excited about that. It's going to make it better for the customer. It's going to make it more efficient for our staff. And we're looking forward to getting all the locations online as soon as we can. So really, that's short presentation. Our recommendation for you tonight is to receive and file the report on the status of improvements to the city's special event and facility reservation processes. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
So thank you, sir. That's let me give everyone a little bit more of a background as to how kind of why we're here. And I really want to thank Mr. Harding for this and our city manager primarily, actually, to be honest with everyone. I have a lot of events in Riviera Village, from the fun runs, 4th of July. And I myself had an event in the Seaside Lagoon for my installation for Independent Cities Association back in September. So instead of sending my executive director down and doing all this work, I actually did it myself. It was an eye-opening experience, and I think the number one way you learn is to do things yourself sometimes, including some other things that I did, just paying for in the city. The feature of having one invoice. I think our final bill was actually ended up being paid in January because it went back and forth as to who was the check, I should say. So it's a huge improvement. I definitely want to call out the police department for working with the vendors, because while we need safety and security to primary number one, liability, traffic control, safety, bomb detection, large crowds, we all know what happens recently. Our officers are expensive. And these events can't necessarily pay for that cost. So being able to bring down the cost using private security like other cities do is fantastic. And Public Works, the way you guys have worked with it as well, I can't thank you enough. We have lost at least one event per year, if not two events in the Riviera Village because of the high costs. It's coming back. We almost lost the 4th of July event. Some other stuff. I know Springfest was in peril of not coming back. That was now saved because of this process of the council budget that you and I put together. We really fought for on that. And working with private security like other cities do, for private parties, for security, for safety, for Public Works is a huge win. And we are a community based off of events. That's how you get things going. So I really want to thank you for making this happen. I can't wait. I was going to look on the website for the link. Where is the link for the registration for the, is it under?
Should be on community service, obviously the community services webpage, and then we should have a registration tab on there, or it could be a direct link from our newsletter.
Okay. All right, perfect. Has the Chamber of Commerce paid their first bill yet?
They have. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. You mean their 2022 bill? Not in its entirety, but they're working on it.
They're working on it. All right, that's fine.
This year's bill is helping expedite that effort.
Yeah.
So.
All right. I don't see any hands up anywhere. The public want to come down and speak to this item. Any comments?
Comments and no one on Zoom.
All right. So you're moving forward with this as a status update. Thank you. I appreciate you need no actual further direction from us other than just motion to receive and file.
Yep, that's right.
All right. Is there a second to that?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. All right. Thank you, sir. Moving right along.
I will be handling items N3 and N4 this evening.
Okay.
Diane's here, but just to try to expedite things and move things along, Diane was grateful to work on the staff report and prepare the resolution with assistance from the city attorney's office. In short, what we're doing here is bringing Chris Benson, our longstanding information technology director, back on as a part-timer to assist in continuing operations in the department, but also to help pass the baton to our incoming IT director, who I am pleased to report, although I won't share his name yet, accepted our conditional offer today to join the team. It's been a rigorous recruitment. Very excited about this individual coming on board. We have an extensive background process that must ensue given the security features that are associated with our IT technology and the protections they provide for police and fire, et cetera. So that will be a fairly robust backgrounding effort, but hope to have him on board here in early to mid-May. But while we bridge that gap and while we begin to reorganize the department and maintain continuity of service, Chris and I have been working on this for some time, but the expectation is that he would come back and help continue to administer the department for the next several weeks and ultimately work with the incoming IT director. So under PERS law, you can retire, but you have the ability to provide extra work and support, but you must bring the item forward as a formal discussion item and post via resolution the pay that will be provided. He will be an hourly rate employee, and his rate is stipulated there in the staff report and in the reso. So our recommendation is to approve the resolution tonight and to allow Chris to continue to support our IT function.
For a max of 960 hours.
Yeah, there's limitations under the PERS statute as to how many hours he can work. That is a fiscal year number, though, so we do have some flexibility there.
Fiscal year.
Well, it's kind of a rolling calendar period, I think. They're a little unclear as to how they enforce it. Okay. It's been reviewed on a fiscal year basis, been reviewed on a calendar year basis. Our hope is we won't need Chris for more than 960 to make this transition complete.
All right.
Councilmember Abaji would like to speak.
Councilmember Abaji, employment law.
I just wanted to commend Chris because my last IT training for deep fakes was awesome. It was somebody as Christopher Hawken talking to you, and you thought it was him. He's like, "Why is Christopher Hawken doing a cybersecurity educational seminar?" And then it was just a guy who had essentially digitally manifested Christopher Hawken. So really good. And for the new council members, I'd say be sure to do our IT training. Otherwise, they'll shut down your account. It's really good. So thanks, Chris. That's
Absolutely. All. We have a great IT department. We do. All right. Any comments? No one? All right. Motion to accept resolution CC 2304-036. And you need anything else from us?
No, just the adoption. That's it.
All right. Perfect.
And no e-comments.
No e-comments. Perfect. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Nope.
Okay, I have to read the title. Adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2304-036, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing an exception to the CalPERS 180-day wait period pursuant to California Government Code Sections 7522.56 and 21224. Thank you.
All right. Onwards, upwards at N4. You're now playing planning director.
I am filling in for Brandy. She's had several late evening meetings. The planning commission had 3 meetings this past month, so I'm sparing her a little bit. This is a fairly perfunctory item. This is the 8th time we've been before you with this. There's the County Beaches and Harbor Department is working to repair and improve the beach access ramp at Avenue A, just off the Esplanade. The city and actually our mayor was one of the first to alert this issue to them, and rightfully so. The ramp has been closed now for an extended period of time on an emergency basis. It prior to its closure was showing significant signs of distress. After closing it and receiving a report, an engineering analysis suggesting that imminent failure might be possible, it later did fail. So thankfully that action was taken. But for them to proceed with work, they need a coastal development permit. The closure is necessary on a temporary basis to allow us under the Coastal Act to continue to prevent access at that location. Under our own Muni Code, the Community Development Director can issue an emergency closure permit, which she has done now for the 8th time, but she must report back to you in public that specific action. I am filling in for her tonight to do that. So we have issued our 8th closure permit. The latest timeline for repair shows a completion sometime in early 2025. I think they're talking about groundbreaking in the fall of 2024. So they are still in full-on project design, costing, and formal permitting for the next couple of years. So do not anticipate seeing that ramp completed anytime soon.
And just so everyone knows, this is not just a normal ramp they're building. This is like what a 40-something degree slope they're dealing with, and they're going to make it a full ADA compatible ramp, including stairs, multi-million-dollar project. This is the only ADA compatible ramp. So right now you have it on the far, technically speaking, east end, which is south end, people towards beach, there's 2 ADA compatible ramps. And then on the far west end, which is technically speaking north or north end, people think it's north end, it's west end, at Redondo, at the turnaround point. That's the only place where there's actual ADA compatible ramps. Between the two areas, there's just stairs, and the ramps that do exist are very steep and built many, many years ago. So this is not a small item, and big thanks to the county and to the mayor for getting the right people, right place, and the whole area is going to be getting a lot of love. Any members of the public want to come down and speak? Okay. Any members on Zoom?
No one's raising their hand.
Surprisingly.
No comments.
All right. No hands up. All right. Motion to receive and file on this item.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Passes unanimously. Nothing to read on that, right?
No.
All right. And brings us to P5 or P2.
Or city manager.
Or city manager, sorry.
Just briefly, want to welcome our 2 new council members. I've done that privately. Would like to welcome them publicly. It's going to be fun. I appreciate you stepping up and volunteering your time and your family's time to give back to the community. On a secondary note, we did launch today the capital projects status portal that everybody has been asking for quite some time. And I think we even posted it on social media.
Ooh.
Yeah. Super. Look at that. Super fancy. The followers just stacking up. But yeah, very exciting. We're pleased to have it. We also have it on the homepage. So if you're curious about how it works and operates, and look, candidly, this is a fluid portal. It is a work in progress. We're open to feedback. If there are features that you think are sluggish, or if there is information that doesn't seem very helpful or missing, please let us know. We will continue to adapt and update it as necessary. So we're happy to have it going and look forward to hopefully it making a difference for community awareness on status of capital projects. That's all I've got tonight.
Okay. So that brings us to items P2, which is Resolution City Council. So this is our item. All right, so we usually do this at the end of June. And in June, we kind of assign spots from the League of California Cities, which we are no longer a member of, formerly known as Cal City, or formerly known as League, formerly now Cal Cities, which we don't deal with, SCAG, ICA, a lot of other boards and seats. So currently, Councilmember Obaji is our COG alternate representative. He's been going, I believe, for the last 6-8 months. Is that correct, Councilmember Obaji?
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay. So we're going to need that. We need an alternate for you as well. We got the Clean Power Alliance that needs to be taken care of. ICA alternate, we need that to be taken care of. Education Subcommittee, School District Delegate, South Bay Aerospace Alliance member, and EIFD district as well. So let's just take this from the top here. South Bay COG, Zane, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I just wanted to ask, because I did talk to the mayor about this. I didn't know if he wanted to input as well, too. Have you had a chance to talk to the mayor about it?
Yeah.
Okay, because I thought he wanted to wait till next week or whenever when he was available. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Well, we can always reassign. It's only for 2-3 months.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Okay. Well, we got to assign like SCAG spots. We do have to do that. Clean Power. All right. So, Councilmember Baji, would you be open for being promoted from the alternate spot to the actual spot?
Yeah.
All right. We don't have an alternate to ICA. Do you want to do that as well or no?
Yeah, I'll do alternate too.
Okay. South Bay Aerospace Alliance, Councilmember Barron, do you want to do that? Councilmember MD was on there before.
Yeah, I would like to do that. Thank you for thinking of me. I'd also be interested in the alternate for COG.
Awesome.
And And then with that in mind, just give me a moment to think about whether I have the bandwidth to also be on the Aerospace Alliance. I may not.
Okay. Think about that. We can always bring it back too. CPA, you fought for that pretty hard, Todd. You want to do on that? Clean Power Alliance.
I know
put you
Mr.
on that.
Saman has been our primary delegate.
No, Councilmember Horvath was the primary delegate.
Well, yeah, except that most of the meetings were Mr. Saman. But yeah, I'll do that, assuming that I have the bandwidth to be able to do it. But we'll have backup as well too. So yeah.
I'm going to ask Councilmember Kolodziejewicz what she wants.
Yeah.
Maybe she is.
We have SCAG. Councilmember Kolodziejewicz, do you want to do a SCAG?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That'd be great for you. You're going to meet a lot of people there. They have good meetings. They have people from around the Southland. Education Committee, School District Delegate. Anyone want to raise their hand for that?
I'll do that as well. Maybe somebody else would be like to be an alternate, or
I'm up for it too.
okay.
Okay. Who? Do we need two on there? Or is there an alternate in this? It just says delegate.
I think it's 2 delegates.
Okay, 2 delegates.
We haven't done much with it.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't much, but that's not to say we couldn't, boot it back up, particularly if there's going to be talk about utilization of tennis courts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. EIFD district, we're not currently really meeting right now, but in case it comes back, I know Councilmember Obaji and I have talked about rebooting that with a different scope, possibly.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we need to appoint anybody to this right now.
That open for now?
Yeah, I'd say keep that open for now. It's going to have to be reconstituted in any form. So
okay,
probably not before June.
So we'll just strike that.
Definitely not before June.
Yeah,
yeah. I think we just strike that for now.
Redondo Beach Public Financing Authority Chair. I saw that on the website. I think that's wrong. We'll have to take that off because we're all on that. All right. So what I have written down here is IC alternate Councilmember Baji. SCAG is Councilmember Kolodziejewicz. And does anyone be an alternate to that?
I'll be an alternate to it.
So you're removing yourself as alternate on SCAG?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you do.
Oh. No, you can do it. Don't need any more.
You know that you're an alternate.
I didn't even know it was an alternate. They have no interest in, yeah. And then South Bay COG, Councilmember Baji, with alternate.
Councilmember Barron.
Councilmember Barron. Okay. Clean Power Alliance, Councilmember Lowenstein. Education Subcommittee, Todd and Page.
And we should leave Ted on as the alternate there in CPA, right? That's still the intention.
Alternate is Ted. Okay.
I know how much he likes going.
We'll make him go.
No, me too.
I heard there's free food.
Me too.
South Bay Aerospace Alliance. Councilmember Barron. How often do they meet? I don't know what's the.
I mean, I went to a recent meeting.
You want to go?
with them. I'll go. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much for raising your hand. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Love it when people raise their hand.
I'm sorry, which one are we looking at right now?
South Bay Aerospace Alliance.
Is it on here?
It's not on this
Yeah,
list.
I'm not seeing it on
It's
here.
not on this list. It is on, if you go to the website and look up under Councilmember MD, she's as the member. So we have to assign someone on that list.
Okay, so do you want me to add it to the reso then?
Yes, please.
Okay, and I'm sorry, who's the appointee or the delegate?
For which one? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Kolodziejewicz.
The South Bay Aerospace Alliance?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll be Councilmember.
Councilman Kolodziejewicz.
I got it.
Right?
Kolodziejewicz.
Kolodziejewicz.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to repeat
You're
it.
going to get it.
Getting late.
I'll get it.
We'll get it. Give me some time. It's kind of like Narenheim or Nils.
She does have a great video.
I think
That's
I
very
missed
helpful.
is the COG
Yeah.
alternate.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You took yourself off as, excuse me, SCAG alternate.
Yes.
Who was the?
I'm a
alternate?
SCAG alternate.
Todd is.
Okay,
Problem
thanks.
solved. All right. Any other questions, comments? Anyone else? Councilmember Baji? Okay.
Motion approved.
There you go.
Second.
Perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, council adopted resolution CC-2304037, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending resolution number CC-2206037 by amending delegates and alternates as official representatives of the city for a term commencing April 4th, 2023, and expiring on June 30th, 2023, as amended. Thank you.
All right, so that leaves mayor and council referrals to staff before we recess the closed session. We do have recess to closed session for 2 items. Goodness gracious. All right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'll try to make this as quick as I can because I have a few of them. One is, are we bringing back a co-living ordinance?
That was a referral to bring back some, we were going to do some research on some of the other cities that have that. Okay. And yeah, that's in the hopper. I think though we mentioned it was going to be a little deeper. Is there a particular time frame you're thinking?
No, I mean, I heard that there was not a strong appetite to look at it, but maybe that could be wrong when somebody told me. So
strong appetite to look at it.
Yeah. So not from the council, but from staff is what I'd heard. So
well, I can tell you, if it's coming from the department that I'm thinking it's coming from, there is quite a laundry list of things that are priority right now.
Right,
so
maybe that's
we
what
need to slot it into a reasonable time frame. Most notably, the environmental work that needs to be done to get our housing element before the voters.
Okay, so it's in the hopper, just we don't know when. Okay. Yeah. The next thing is also want to know a status update on Wilderness Park, particularly the meeting room there. Since that's budgeted.
Yep.
And if I could get a BRR on completing, an updated BRR on completing the lower pond, that'd be helpful. Another BRR.
Just to be clear, the Wilderness Park meeting room, this is a BRR on status or a BRR, or are you just thinking in general a discussion about?
Status and also finishing the appropriations for a lower pond. I know we designated, I think, $250 for it. So if that's
it'd probably be good to combine those, really
let's
speak to both of those.
Both. Okay. One more BRR, and that is the cost to do cost estimates based on recent paving to do alleyways with a PCI between 26 and 50. Okay.
Okay.
Pretty straightforward.
Yep.
The last thing is a discussion on, it doesn't have to be long, a discussion on the new exercise equipment that was donated by Murad.
Yep. That's actually in the hopper. They'll be coming back next couple of weeks.
Great. That's in. That's it.
All right.
So shorter than I thought. Thank you.
Got anything?
Nothing from me today.
All right. Thank you. You're just warming up. Yeah. We're trying to slow Councilmember Abaji down. Do you have anything, sir? Councilmember Abaji. I know you have one.
Yes, I do have a couple.
All good.
First, on the pride flag, Councilmember and Mayor Pro Tem and I Brown acted on a referral to direct the Community Services Department combined with the Cultural Arts Manager, or whatever that director is, the position that we got, to announce a competition or invite submissions, either or, of custom Redondo Beach flags for Pride Month that promote 4 values. And they are pride, equality, 5. Pride, equality, unity, love, and healing. And we'd especially like to get them to the high schoolers. So ideally, let's get them to the school board, but as soon as we have some sort of official promotion or the like, send it to the council members so we can also promote it to our folks and get people involved. And then let's get the results of all the submissions put into the Public Art Commission so that they can decide what should, at least for this year, become the custom Redondo Beach Pride flag for this year.
So Pride Month is coming up pretty quickly, right?
June.
Right.
Is your hope that this flag gets designed and constructed and flown in June?
When is the art commission to have the art commission choose the winner?
Ooh, that's short.
Well, then you've got to prepare the flag, right? I mean, that's got to be actually fabricated. So,
yeah, I suppose. I don't know how long that takes. I imagine that with all these printers that exist, that could be.
Yeah, I mean, it might be fun. I just want to make sure we're managing expectations here. I don't want to say we can make that commitment, but I will say the first step in this process has to be to agendize this discussion where we could provide a little bit of a framework, perhaps, on what that might look like. That process could entail, maybe do a little research to determine what the fabrication process and time frame would entail. So we could certainly come back to you with something probably on April 18th. But I just want everybody to know that, without checking with vendors, and there could be, there may need to be some lead time for something like that. But
I'm sure people in the community would be more than happy to donate and help and make things happen. Yeah. This is a community-driven project. The intent here is community-driven project.
I will say I made a screen printing banner in about 10 days and shipped.
Okay.
So it's shorter than you think.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's come back with an item on the 18th.
All right. We'll do that. And if it needs to be one of us getting it printed and donating it to the city, then we'll do it that way. I'm happy to do it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Opposed is passed unanimous. Anything else?
Yes. I do want to provide a referral to staff to please reach out to the, and sorry, I don't have a contact there, but I'm not in town to go reach out to the manager directly, but reach out to the grocery outlet and CVS and Artesia. Try to get them to install a bike rack on their private property, actually in the parking lot or next to the stores, because there's been a lot of requests for that by parents with kids and all that who ride their bikes to go to those stores. And they also, I know Grocery Outlet does not permit bikes inside the store. And the city's done what it could because it's put a bike on the sidewalk, but that's just a little far for somebody with kids and groceries.
Yeah, we can. I can task maybe Dave or our economic development group to maybe reach out and work with Public Works to see if they can participate there. So we don't have to. We don't need to bring a council item out. I don't think we need a council item for that. That's just that's something I'm happy to have staff follow up on.
Thank you, man. That is it for now. Thanks.
All right.
Well, actually, let me ask my city manager. Do you need me to agendize or refer anything as for the leases at the waterfront, or that's going to come up on?
No, we're going to have to come back to you with strategies as it pertains to leasing in the waterfront. We'll do that in closed session. We're working on that, Greg and I, and that'll be an ongoing conversation, both in closed session and potential open session, depending on what solicitations we embark on.
Awesome, thanks. Well, hey, congratulations, new council members. We got you a brand new waterfront, free and clear.
That was so simple. All right. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I did have two budget response requests that I'd like to offer. The first is for the cost for removal of the existing pool structure at Aviation Park. And the second is a budget response request regarding the procurement of fitness center equipment, and I'm referring to the equipment we have here at Veterans Park for Aviation Park and or Anderson Park, and to include maybe the availability of grant money for that.
We actually had a budget response report on that. They're about $25,000. Well, at least 2 years ago, $25,000 like a machine, and then grant money. Probably you can get Quimby fees to apply to those, but I'm sure they can regurgitate the same report or update the figures on it.
And I think there's sort of two types as well. There's the exercise equipment that you do as spot station work. In fact, that's relevant to the Murad equipment that's being proposed for donation, and we'll be bringing an item back on that. But there's also the fitness course, that sort of fabricated play structure fitness equipment like we have at Vets.
Yeah.
But we can provide costing for both as part of the BRR at
Okay.
Aviation and at Anderson. So, and to Councilmember Baji's point, some of this has been work we've done in the past. So,
All right. And that work in the past, has it included investigating or inquiring of SCE as to whether we could put any type of equipment on the bike path?
Yes, it has. That one's been asked and answered, at least on the part of SCE. But we can resurrect that for you so you can see the response from them on that.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. And for these BRRs, is that an item we vote on? Or
No, that's just
Okay.
something that each of you individually can request of us. Earlier, the better, so we can begin preparations for those. That will be distributed to you during the budget process, usually at the first hearing in June.
Okay. Lastly, I think we have some of the best and brightest on the Charter Review Commission, no doubt about it. And so I did want to make a referral to staff that, in an attempt to give some specific direction to the Charter Review Committee to consider the Long Beach model that Mr. Colin Tuno spoke to and we've discussed, where we have separate elected officials for the civil city attorney and the elected city prosecutor. That may generate more interest, a more diverse group of candidates. It may satisfy some of the concerns that have been raised and give that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second, agendizing the discussion on it. Yeah.
Do you want to have, I guess, got to have a discussion on that. We have to amend the resolution. We have to amend the resolution anyways. It's supposed to come back a while ago for the resident issue and the other issue too, which hasn't come back yet. So we can throw all that into one. When do you want to get that done by? It'll probably be May, probably.
Yeah, I mean, we could bring that back to you in May. It's really direction to the Charter Review Committee. We could potentially do it before that.
Give
April 18th.
So, they can
I'll check with
self-agenda.
Eleanor as to the status of Rezo, and we can put the discussion, we'll put the Rezo on and the discussion probably April 18th, because it would make sense with the other items we have. If the council
They can
votes
also
for it.
self-agendize too. No. All right. So, all right. Anything else?
No, that was all.
Got a vote? Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah, we need a vote on that, yeah. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, no one opposed? No one opposed. Passed unanimously. Thank you. All right. I have budget response report. Did we, refresh my memory, did we have a report on having Athens or some other services do power washing, steam cleaning
We did.
around the city?
Yeah, we've had that. We did a contract cost, I think, VRR at one point.
Last
that
year?
was last year or 2 years ago. I can't
Okay,
recall.
I'll dig that up then.
Aviation, if I recall.
Artesia, yeah. I think.
Artesia,
Yeah.
sorry.
And then Artesia, and we did a small contract allocation to do some spot work, as I remember. But that can be resurrected if you want to see updated figures on that, or if you want to just refer back to it.
And even going back, there had been a private company, local company that had done work on the Esplanade, and then there was a budget pass when San Marco was on there, and there was an equal amount for Artesia. If you want staff to look that up, just FYI, that was, I think, the origination of discussions.
Okay. My motion would be for, it's actually a closed session item. What I would like to do is have employee manager, employee review. We have a new council to get us all kind of on the same board and able to, have a discussion of expectations. Would you be, we can have I'll make a motion then to have a discussion in closed session. What time would that work now with a new council?
It depends on what you want to do. My intent was originally that the 11th, as per statute, is supposed to be primarily for closed session. I would put all the litigation matters on so we could bring the new council up to speed. There are a lot of them, and now the 11th has some meaty items as well. So it's just a question of where is that?
Not a rush.
So as soon as feasible after we've discussed the pending litigation matters.
And the other just thing you might want to be thinking about is we're going to have strategic planning on April 25th. So if you may want to have that conversation collectively, and then you may want to, if you're talking about expectations and sort of things you want to prioritize my time on, it might be good to have it after that. So maybe in May.
So May, first meeting in May.
Yeah, it might be a better time.
Can you restate that?
Discussion closed. Thank you. Discussion closed session for employee review. What's the exact term again? City man, I forgot the exact term. It's late. Employee review. Yeah. That was it. Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that brings us to that. We are now recessing to closed session. We got 2 items on the agenda. Hopefully we'll be fast.
Yeah. Let's see here. I guess we better let Vicki announce the items first.
Can we get a motion to recess first?
Motion to recess?
Second.
Closed session? All right, all in favor? All right.
The City Council has, under 2 titles, Conference of Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation.
Sorry, Paige.
For R1, the case is Yvonne Grace Mallory versus City of Redondo Beach et al., case number 23 TRCV 00540. For R2, the name of the case is Granush Bikshak John versus City of Redondo Beach, County of Los Angeles, California Department of General Services et al., case number 20 STCV 29849. That concludes the items to be discussed in closed session.
Present will be myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, Diane Strick-Fadden, and Mike Klein, Deputy Public Works Director.
We good? Yeah. All right, we are 3 council members. We are reconvening from closed session. Roll call. Can we get a roll call from somewhere? Me. All right. Councilmember Lowenstein. Here. Councilmember Rosick. Rich.
Here.
All right. Councilmember Baji is not with us. Councilmember Barron.
Here.
All right. And Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, I'm here as well. And we were reconvening. Do we have any announcements?
We do. In case R2, the city council has reached a settlement of a personal injury lawsuit for a payment in the amount of $162 and $162,500. And it was a unanimous vote.
All right. Unanimous vote. Thank you. All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn? We're not in memory of anyone, right? No, that's nice. All right.